gals, and welcome. Welcome. So, today, what are we going to do today? We are going to do some theory crafting today. That's what we're going to do. We need to theory craft up some builds for the next season. There's a lot of fun stuff that I was thinking about building, thinking about theory crafting. You know what? Let's make a list, right? So let's do a little list. Builds the theory craft, right? So, obviously at the top of my list is a Necro like blood build. There's actually two blood builds right now. There's like the blood wave clapping, and then there's the whole like Necro blood slash bone spear, which is kind of interesting. There's a couple different ways it could potentially go. Also, summons are pretty hot this season, so Necro summon probably also going to be rather interesting. I guess we'll see. And I just saw some like big black thing on the wall. I thought it was a bug. It's my chinchilla's tail sticking out of the cage. Necro, I think is going to be really hot this season. I think it's going to be a very powerful season for the Necromancer. Druid also has some interesting builds. A summon druid, it looks really fun. So like the whole companion druid, there's definitely like a whole build there with the summon companion druid. I'm not too enthused about some of the other potential builds, but there's definitely a really powerful one for that. They also added that new rune, so I think there's probably a whole build around just like a druid lightning build, because they added a new rune which also has the ability to spam more lightning, and so you're going to be scaling your lightning and getting more lightning with your rune combination. It should be kind of interesting. I'm not sure if I want to theory craft one, but we'll see. Barbarian earthquake slash Hota looks like it's going to be really insane this season. There's probably also a whole build around the Barbarian Call of the Ancients at this point, which also looks really neat. Speaking of ultimate builds, there is also a very powerful build with the Necromancer Bone Storm. They added a lot of scaling for the ultimates, and there's some pretty crazy ultimate scaling now, and Bone Storm was always one that was particularly good. I have no doubt within my mind that Bone Storm could potentially have an entire build like directly around it specifically. Not really as enthused about the Druid ultimates, although Cataclysm could have an interesting build. Barbarian Call of the Ancients, yes. Barbarian Iron Maelstrom, probably also yes. I'm also pretty sure that there's a build around Rogue Rain of Arrows. And I'm also pretty sure there's a whole build now around the Rogue Shadow Clone, which should be pretty fun. Let's try and set up like a whole Shadow Clone build. I know I'm not done. I mean, obviously there's the Sorc Ball Lightning, and then there's the Sorc Super Ball Lightning. I did get a chance to try these on the PTR, and I wasn't really as impressed with them. I mean, this is basically just ball lightning. Like it's just like the standard ball lightning everybody knows and loves. So if you liked ball lightning, then you're probably gonna have fun with it. If you didn't like ball lightning, then you're probably not gonna have fun with it. And I don't know. This one was kind of weird, and I just didn't really like it. I didn't like how it was set up and how it worked. You will enjoy it. Maybe you won't. Seems a little lackluster in my opinion. The Sorc Firebolt build. Around the Flame Weaver gloves could be on a comeback here, because there is a new enchantment passive that allows you to fire a additional firebolt at a target from a target that was hit with a firebolt, So there's like a whole thing there where potentially the Firebolt build could be coming back. It has to do with the Firebolt enchantment change, which does look very, very enticing. It basically just makes it so that when you like hit a target with a firebolt, there's a chance that another firebolt can just shoot out at a random target. Which of course the Sorc Firebolt build with the Flame Weaver gloves was always pretty powerful. This just makes it even more so. I'm trying to think like what other builds I'd want to play around with this. Spiritborn, of course, Spiritborn has several builds. Spiritborn Thorns should be making a comeback easily. Spiritborn Toxic Skin, definitely going to be powerful this season. Spiritborn, trying to think here off the top of my head. There's also a whole new focus build, and I haven't really decided what I wanted to do with it, but like focus build just in general. There's definitely a very powerful focus build that you could potentially do. The new unique weapon that they added allows for some crazy combinations in the focus department, so definitely going to have to play around with that. I already have a Toxic Skin build, so we can go off of that, and I can figure out exactly how far I want to push it. The Thorns build, on the other hand, like, I already have a Thorns character running, so I already know, like, pretty much precisely what it is that you need to do to make a good Thorns character. They actually enhanced Thorns significantly this season. Most of the passives got increased. The amount of Thorns that you could get from things like Bastion, this just, in general, like, the Thorns output should be way higher in general. And I'm gonna do something I didn't think I was ever gonna do, and I'm gonna activate my WASD. Let's see here. I like the WASD. I got kind of addicted to it when they added it to Diablo 2, and then they added it to well, Path of Exile 2, and it was always in Diablo 4. I just never used it, so. So this is a Thorns character. It's not actually a poison character, but it does in fact do a rather large amount of Thorns damage. I'm currently trying my best not to use all the current glitches and bugs that are in the system. So this is a character that was designed around like kind of like what Season 7 would be. And she's capable of some pretty decent DPS. I mean, it's not terrible. I've played around with the mechanics of this a lot, so I know exactly how the Thorns works. And what they enhanced with the Thorns is, if we go take a look at the Paragon board, I remember what all the hotkeys are. Too many hotkeys. Let's hop into one of the... Actually, I got a Theorycrafting channel. That's right, Theorycrafting. There we go. Into the Theorycrafting channel we go.
That's a bold choice.
No, I don't want you. Alright, so in the Paragon tree, there's one in particular. Did I turn off my Viscous Shield? Yeah, I did. See, I deliberately turned off Viscous Shield because it was adding bug damage, and I wanted to see what it was like without the bug damage. The Spiny Skin node got increased. I think it was to 35% in the new patch. And then on top of that, the Hubris glyph got enhanced from like, I think 2,000 to like 3,500 or something. So the Thorns damage on this character is going to go through the roof. On top of that, I'm also using Wuxie Nagpa, and Wuxie Nagpa is specifically there to allow me to get access to the enhanced Gorilla Spirit Hall. So if I use a Gorilla skill... you'll see I go up to 200%. Why am I not using Loyalty's Mantle? Must have been doing some testing on this character or something. I don't know. But basically, once I use a Gorilla skill, I can get up to a crazy amount of What do I got? Gorilla. Alright, okay. Gorilla ultimates. You see I have 300%. Well, the new Woshay Knockpaw is going to bring me up to 400% of the Spirit Hall bonus instead of 300%, so that's another huge bonus that's going to be added on. The Thorns character should be pretty darn powerful next season. Another one of the interesting things about the Thorns character, which I found was really neat, was that it didn't really matter what ability you used. Like, every ability applies Thorns, and it's the same amount of Thorns. Like, if you take a look at my abilities, these abilities are doing like 600k. Like, this is like my basic attack, basically, right? On top of that, we also have things like my regular attack. Even my ultimate does basically the same damage that all my regular skills would do. Because it applies Thorns. That was another thing that they beefed up too, by the way, was that normally when you apply your ultimate only applies the Thorns once during the duration. So if you tap your Thorns down, your Gorilla down, you notice I only get that first Thorns bump, and then everything else from there is just essentially like the regular hits. One of the new bonuses they added to the ultimate was that it's going to apply your Thorns multiple times during the duration of the ultimate. So this build should be through the roof. In fact, I'm not even really sure I need to do anything to it. In fact, I could probably just take one of my other builds, like just slap on like season 7 on the thing and be done. Just be like, all right, be like, done, and then just like, done. Because I don't even think I really need to do much. This build has already been refined dramatically, and it doesn't use any of the bugs that are currently in the system. So maybe a couple tweaks here and there. I don't know. Resolve stacks are going to go down. Even though I never really abused the whole resolve stacking thing, this character does have some resolve bonuses on some of his equipment. Like, he's got 4 on the pants, and yeah, that's pretty much it, isn't it? Well, they got the wrong amulet on too. This character's just wearing all sorts of equipment that's not the right equipment for the character. Nice couple million Thorns hits right there. I'll bring that up a little bit further. There we go, 27 million. Gonna get those rookie numbers higher. Of course, this is a build that has a lot of buffs. There's a lot of various things in it that have to be stacked up. It's not exactly as easy as it would seem. You gotta have your ultimate down. You gotta make sure that the monster's poisoned. You have to make sure that you have your active buffs running, like your Gorilla ultimate. Your Spirit Hall bonus has to be at its maximum, etc., etc., etc. It's a little bit of a pain in the butt. There is also the whole poison thing with the Spirit Hall bonus, the Centipede Spirit Hall bonus, but it just doesn't. It didn't work very well in the previous PTR, and I'm kind of worried that they didn't fix it. There was a problem with it, like snapshotting in the worst way, not like good snapshots. Like, you hear people talk about snapshots, and it's like, oh, that's a good snapshot. No, I'm talking about like the bad kind of snapshot. Let's take a look at the Necromancer, and we're gonna go have some fun. We're gonna have some fun thinking of different builds for the Necromancer.
People.
All right, so first thing I want to do is I just want to go over the skill tree and think about this for a little bit. Basically, the Blood Wave ability is the focus of a lot of the new uniques, and I'm kind of curious how I could potentially work in my minions into the Blood Wave stuff. Blood Wave is generally physical damage, so I mean, that's a good thing. And we could always play around with ideas on where we want to go for this particular build. I don't really much care about this character, so we can respec this person at will. What's up, Emily Watson? How's it going? Alright, so I had a couple ideas for this build, and obviously one of the main things that it revolves around is Bloodwave itself, right? So Bloodwave is definitely going to be in the equation no matter what. So let's just go ahead and grab Bloodwave and put 5 points into it, because we're definitely going to put 5 points into it. And its accoutrements. Now, Bloodwave does have some interesting mechanics, which one of them is that it spawns blood orbs. The blood orbs can do all sorts of various things, and we could potentially get some crazy bonuses from the blood orbs themselves. The only thing is we really want to be spamming Blood Wave. We don't want to be spamming anything else. Like this is going to be our main ability, essentially. Aside from, of course, maybe like minions and stuff that are going to be running around doing their things. I really would like to do minions this season, although I think maybe the Blood Wave build might be better off without minions. But let's not go there specifically. You see me on YouTube also, and I'm doing great. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. I don't really like Bone Splinters. Hemorrhage kind of sucks too, to be perfectly honest, though. And the other two, I mean, Decompose is great for making corpses. It's probably the only real benefit that it has. We can use it to make monsters vulnerable, though, which might not actually be terrible. I don't really know if I want to sit there and just, like, hold down the button on Decompose, though. I guess it really depends on whether we have another way to make monsters vulnerable. Pretty good. I've been all over the place. Got some food for a cat that's got a hurt tooth, and had some nice hamburger helper. Thinking about builds. Watching a little bit of Spaceship Yamato. You know. What's up, Jasmine? What's up, Wind Fury? Well, we only really need Decompose to make corpses or to make the enemies vulnerable. I mean, it does make the enemies vulnerable for 4 full seconds, which is actually pretty good. Is there any other way that we can potentially make the enemies vulnerable? Corpse Tendrils, yes. Corpse Tendrils is probably better. We shouldn't need Blighted Corpse Tendrils because we have basically unlimited orbs by just simply spamming Blood Wave. So I think we're probably better off without that. So let's assume that we grab Plague Corpse Tendrils, which will definitely give us the vulnerable that we need. Only problem with running Corpse Tendrils is that if we run minions, which we very well might, in fact, I think we probably are. If we run minions, we're going to have limited space on our bar, which is unfortunate. I mean, what we could do is we could leave out the golem, which I don't know. I'm going to pull up the patch notes as well so that we have these on hand. That way we can pull up what the individual skills do and whatnot so we know exactly what we're working towards. So these are the patch notes. So we're going to look for Blood Wave. So the rank 5 bonus for Blood Wave. Actually, here's the unique item we're building on. So this one is casting Blood Wave fortifies you for 70% of your maximum life. What? Okay, so we don't have to worry about fortification in any way, shape, or form. Do. 70% fortification is a lot. Blood wave cooldown reduction, chance for blood waves deal double damage, damage reduction while fortified. So we should be able to maintain fortification basically all the time, probably just by spamming this alone. So that should be absolutely fine. We're going to be spamming blood wave constantly, so we ain't going to have too much issue with that. Obviously we've got the blood passives themselves. 10% more healing from all sources. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was going to check and see. Okay, here we go. Rank 5. Blood Wave's damage is increased by 30% of your damage while healthy and damage while fortified bonuses. Okay, so damage while fortified becomes very powerful for us, as well as damage while healthy. Those are going to be a lot. So we definitely want to stay fortified, and we definitely want to stay healthy, both of which, of course, if we're set up properly, we shouldn't have any trouble. While healthy, blood skills deal 6% times increased damage, which of course is a no-brainer. Blood skills deal 5% times increased overpower damage. This bonus is doubled while you're healthy. Again, no-brainer. Your blood skills have up to a 3% chance to create a blood orb at your target's location. This can only occur once every 2 seconds. This one, not really too excited about. 10% healing from all sources is, again, kind of unless we're scaling based on that. Drain Vitality. Lucky hit. Hitting enemies with blood skills has up to a 30% chance to fortify you for 2.5% of your maximum life. And that goes, what, 7.5%? I mean, I don't know if we absolutely need any additional fortification in the build, but let's take a look at the unique item. I do have a screenshot of the unique item. Although it's probably been changed a little bit since the screenshot, because I'm sure they like to do that. There we go. And the unique items. Trying to find the Necromancer specific ones. The one I want to build around specifically is the Kesime's Legacy. That's the one I'm interested in. Saw my PoE review. Yeah. Do you like it? Tried my best on it. Tried my best. So it says casting Blood Wave fortifies you for 85% maximum life. That seems absolutely insane. So I guess we probably don't need any kind of fortification then. That seems ridiculous. Damage reduction while fortified looks insane. Chance for Blood Orb to deal double damage. Blood Wave cooldown reduction. Blood Wave now forms on each side of you. Both waves converge at your feet, pulling in all surrounding enemies and exploding for 1,150 damage. Each time an enemy is hit by the wave, they take 10% increased more damage from your blood waves, up to a total of 300%. Too soon she was taken, yet Rathma led Keseme's rest in death, for they both had found peace in the cycle. Upon the hill where she lay, Rathma poured forth his blood, and no evil trod thereafter. Interesting. We'll hold on to this because we might want to come back to it later, but let's play around with this first. So I don't think we need the fortification. I think we can save the points on the fortification and just ignore that entirely. If we're going with the minions, we're probably going to beef up their damage. I don't see why we wouldn't. So we'll go Skeleton Warrior Mastery, Skeleton Mage Mastery. I'm not entirely convinced I want to go with the Golem, though. I feel like the Golem, because he takes up an extra spot, is just kind of a waste of a spot. I mean, I know a lot of people have gotten a lot of good damage out of the Golem, but I'm not sure I want to do that. We do want Finality, which is obviously the one that gives us the ultimate skill multiplier. So 15% times increased damage for 8 seconds after using an ultimate skill, which we're going to be spamming Blood Wave. So that one is really good. Let's see here. Bonded in Essence, Inspiring Leader. We're also going to be built around Overpower as well, so that's good. We're going to have to build into Overpower as much as possible. The Blood Wave ability... I'm trying to think how we can do this. Blood Wave is a cooldown ability, so it doesn't actually spend any resource. So something like our usual methods for Overpower probably won't work very well. We could come across other ways to add additional overpowers into the build. I mean, there are ways to add guaranteed overpowers, but I'm not entirely sure if we can put those onto Blood Wave. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I have not done a super large amount of Blood Necromancer builds. Next, Blood Surge overpowers. I'm pretty sure that a lot of these guaranteed overpowers are only for the specific abilities that overpower them. We definitely want Titan's Fall. That's the one that gives us damage while fortified. Which, as you've seen, we're definitely going to be fortified all the time. If we go with the minion side of things... No. While you are healthy, gain 4% increased critical strike chance, and your minions gain 6% increased critical strike chance. Death's Defense. Your minions gain armor and resistance to all elements. I mean, having them not die would be great, but... Rathma's Vigor. After being healthy for 12 seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. This timer is reduced to 2 seconds each time blood orbs heal or overheal you for 400 life. Well, that seems like a no-brainer there as well. Pretty sure we go with Hellbent Commander for the 30% increased damage. And we probably put 3 points into Inspiring Leader as well. To gain the 12% critical strike chance and 12% increased... 18% increased critical strike chance for the minions. After picking up a blood orb, your next hemorrhage also deals enemy damage to enemies around your target and grants 2 additional essence per enemy hit. I'm not entirely sure why we need essence for this build, unless I do end up involving a core skill. Fortification is completely unneeded. Kind of seems like our basic skill here is de poopy, and we really don't need it pretty much at all. I mean, this might be one of those builds that just doesn't even have a basic skill. What's up, Irene? How's it going? I think that's probably where we're sitting at, is no basic skill. So let's just put 2 points into hemorrhage, and we just move on. From here... we probably want Hued Flesh. Hued Flesh does make it very easy to maintain corpses. And I think that's pretty much it for this section. We don't need Maximum Essence because we're not building into one of the Maximum Essence builds. I don't believe we want to use a core skill with this build. I mean, we could potentially include a court skill if we need to, but I don't think I want to. So I guess we pretty much just go for unliving energy so we can reach the next part of the tree. Yeah. So 1 point unliving energy brings us to the next part of the tree, which immediately reconnects all the paths. So it looks like we're good. I mean, spiked armor is a pretty decent defensive option. So is necrotic fortitude. We don't really need Grim Harvest, but we could grab Fueled by Death just so that we can get the multipliers for summoning our minions. Because obviously we got minions, so we're going to be able to summon to keep our minions going, which means that we can get the Fueled by Death by just simply summoning minions. So that should work out just fine. We still have 26 point left. Let's take a look and see how our skill bar would look. I'm pretty sure I unbound the skill bar. That is not what I want. Where is the... I'm looking for the little... Yeah, a skin. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. There we go. Alright. So let's take these off here. So Blood Wave becomes our main skill that we're going to utilize on a regular basis. We basically still have Corpse Tendrils for the purposes of spamming things. Our Book of the Dead is currently sacrificed, so it's not going to be sacrificed in the future. Critical Strike. I actually kind of like the Defenders, just simply because they're immortal. If you choose the Defenders and you go with the Skeletal Defender option, you just basically have immortal warriors, which is absolutely great. Makes it super easy to fight around them too. Trying to think which one I want though. I mean, I'm not entirely ruling out the damage on them, so I am going to rely on them to do damage of some type. I kind of want to build them for damage. So maybe we go with the skirmishers, because I'm already going to have plenty of AoE damage. And probably... Let's go with the one additional skirmisher for now. And then the mages... I mean, we got lots of options. We got the shadow options, the cold options. We don't really need the essence gain from the cold mages. And we don't really need the vulnerable either, because we're going to be applying vulnerable via the corpse tendrils. But... maybe. I don't really particularly like the shadow mages. I like the cold mages. Maybe we should go with the cold vulnerable mages. And if we do end up going with the golem, which we could, potentially. Trying to think. I do like the Bone Golem shedding corpses. Actually, I've always really enjoyed that one. The Iron Golem also has the pull-in now. we won't really need a pull-in for the most part. So I'm not really too worried about that. I mean, we could get corpses, which we may or may not need. I feel like most of the time we're probably not going to need corpses, but yeah, why not? All right, so let's assume we do go with the golem. It's going to be a very interesting setup for like skills. I mean, I still technically have 2 more skill slots available if I'm not using hemorrhage, which I have no intention of it. Cooldown. Doesn't have a cooldown. Doesn't have a cost. Cooldown. Cooldown. So everything is cooldowns. Which means that we're probably and most definitely going to be using a Harlequin Crest Shaco. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't.
Precious stones to catch the light. Come and see.
I mean, at this point, Harlequin Crest Shaco with its cooldown reduction is probably the most powerful thing on the menu. I can't remember what other items there are for Bloodwave. There's all the ultimate stuff that they're adding, like all the ultimate aspects, and all the ultimate aspects are insane. Now, of course, there is some interesting ways that we could potentially go with Bloodwave, which is you can turn Bloodwave into a darkness skill if you want to, which is also a whole thing. And when you do this, Bloodwave leaves behind Desecrated Ground, which is interesting as a mechanic. It would kind of push me into the shadow territory, but don't know. There's also the aspect that allows you to fire Bloodwave twice. So fires 2 additional blood waves, each dealing 120% of normal damage. I have some footage of this. You know what? Now that I'm remembering, let me pull up some of the footage from the last time I did this, and during the PTR anyway, and then and we can like actually see some of this stuff. Where are you? Well, here's one of them.
What's
Alright, let's see if we can find what we're looking for here. Womp. Oh no, double me. It's the double mint me's. I played around with the druid a lot. I also did a lot of barbarian testing. This is the barbarian. Using the new Hota armor that basically makes the earthquakes explode. It's kind of interesting. I was doing some pretty good numbers with it, and I wasn't really even min-maxing it all the way, so I'm pretty sure that the druid, sorry, the barbarian, the Hota barbarian's back. It's going to be pretty powerful this season. When I say pretty powerful, I mean like really, 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 really powerful. That's the rogue. Oh, here we go, Necromancer. Hey, look, I got the pants. All right, so we're on the right stream. So I think I'm testing out the first one. That's the second one. I actually really like the blood wave coming together. I think I'm utilizing the aspect that turns it into shadow too, 'cause that's why it's like looks like muddy water. Muddy water. It's crazy how easy it is to reset the blood wave too. Like the blood wave just resets instantaneously, and you just spam it. I was actually enamored with how the knockback works because the knockback is, of course, knocking back the monsters this way, and this one is knockbacking the monsters this way, and so they get stuck in the center, and they basically get just like clapped, legitimately clapped, not just like figuratively clapped. Although figuratively clapping is very fun too. Figuratively and metaphorically. Am I going to the training room? Yes, into the training room. That's where I wanted to go. Yes. So there's the one that puts the bone prison at the end of the thing. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna turn on the sound so I can listen to my horrible voice. So anyway, this one in particular also works around Bone Spear. So Bone Spear becomes an ability which consumes life, and it's a lot. It's 10% of whatever your life is per shot, which the more life you have, the more it's going to consume. Now, thankfully, if you're utilizing Blood Wave, you do have the ability, obviously, to to pick up all these blood orbs. And the blood orbs, of course, are going to heal you as you cast your Bone Spear, which is definitely going to be useful. You may want to look at other ways to restore your HP, though, because 10% per shot is kind of a lot, especially when you consider that as your HP increases, well, that's also is going to increase the amount of HP that it does. So if you have 10k, 10% of 10k is 1,000. If you have 20k, that's 2,000, and like 100k is 10,000 per shot. Like it's basically just 10 shots. Like because it consumes 10% per shot, no matter what, it's like unless you're healing yourself in some way, unless you have some kind of like health income, it's just 10 shots. Once you have run 10 shots, you're out. Like you're just 1, 2, 3. Of course not. And you also have to still spend essence on it too, which is kind of a little poopy. I'm not really entirely sure I like the fact that it costs essence and HP. Maybe it would be better if they took away the essence requirement entirely, because I feel like it costing 10% of your HP is already a lot. Let's move on to the next character. So we're going to move on to... Let's move on to the Barbarian next. The Barbarian has a really interesting new unique item. Dude, it's crazy how good the AoE damage on this thing is. Like it smacks. Not only is it a pull-in, you don't even really need corpse tendrils with this. It's a pull-in. It's a freaking like crowd control ability. It holds them down. It freaking moves them around. Compresses them together like you're making a freaking, I don't even know, like monster sandwich,
Play-Doh between your hands and trying to make some spaghetti out the holes.
Yeah,
I don't really know how to explain it. It's freaking ridiculous. Ow, 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 ow.
So I did notice about this build. One of the things I did notice was that, of course, I had to pause it right when my eyes are closed. Look at me, I look like I'm sleeping. Such a gentle soul. I noticed that to reset the cooldown, you had to collect the orbs, the blood orbs. So it's going to be like something that you're going to have to do on a regular basis is collecting the blood orbs. I mean, it demolishes the low tier monsters like crazy. They don't even stand a chance. You know what I was thinking is kind of makes sense too. We could potentially include gore quills in this. So gore quills is a way that we can potentially harvest our blood orbs without actually having to pick them up. Which could be a fun way to work this. So basically what we would do is casting Blood Lance consumes blood orbs and also conjures lances from them. Each additional blood lance, you know, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't really matter. We don't care about the blood lances themselves. But what we do care about is the fact that it would consume the blood orbs for us, which would allow us to reset our main ability, which is really what we're interested in, right? So, like, maybe that's where we go with this. The extra points and stuff that we have. So we end up going into Blood Lance. I don't see any reason why not. I mean, we just put like 3 points there. We can remove the 1 point from unliving energy. And that gives us a left click. So now we actually have a left click. So we go down here, we put Blood Lance down here. And then we're able to utilize that to fire off the free blood orbs, essentially, right? So, like, we don't really care about essence, but we could use that occasionally just to fire off and gain, gain our blood orbs back. Not entirely sure how that would work out, though, because Blood Lance does require essence to cast, and we're basically gonna be a 0 essence build. I have no weapon in my hand. Necro Druid Barb, your mom. That's right. Hey, Necro's actually winning over the your mama joke. What is this craziness? That's rare. That is very rare indeed. Extremely rare. So, the cooldown effect that we would use, the thing that's going to help us out the most, is the... Where are you? The blood orbs. Where the blood orb do, Jink? Blood orbs. Dun, 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 dun. Lovely little blood orbs. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Did they take that aspect away? I feel like I'm not misremembering. There's no way I'm misremembering. So it's got to be in here somewhere. Pretty sure it was like a helmet option. Huh. I know I'm not crazy. I'm on the Barbarian. Get on that Necro. Consuming a corpse has a chance to spawn a blood orb, gore quills. Hmm. 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 Bum, 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 bum. Why? There it is, right there. Fast blood aspect. Why is that not showing up in the list here? Now that's strange. I know the fast blood aspect exists. I know that it exists. It's existed for forever. Was it removed from the game?
It's good to belong somewhere.
Was it removed? Maybe I have to put an actual ring up there for it to pop up. I know it's in the resource section. They could have also changed the name of it. It's going to make it a hell of a lot harder to make this build if I don't have the fast blood aspect. Interesting. Is it mentioned in the patch notes? Patch notes. Faster, faster, faster. I do not see it in the notes anywhere. Huh. I know I'm not crazy. I'm pretty sure I was utilizing the fast blood aspect in the live stream. It's like they're just dead. The only ones that even stay alive are like the higher tier monsters. And even then, they just get pushed around until they're dead too. I mean, all you pretty much do is just
What's up, Diamond?
knock them down. Just go grab some orbs. Hit them. Go grab some orbs. I could probably even just sit here and spam Blight in between the doojanks, as long as I got my next blood wave up. Yeah, I'm definitely using the one that reduces the ultimate cooldown with the orbs. Down. They're dead. Running into a pack of monsters without
Interiors. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Go do a store run.
Where are you, fast blood aspect?
Smack him in the toe. Hit that.
Why are we smacking him in the toe? No toe smacking. Leaving zone will stay up. Smack him, smack him, smack him.
I was thinking
smack
about
him in the
Bonestorm
toe.
as like an
Smack him,
option
smack him, smack
because
him in the toe.
Bonestorm has this thing.
Smack him in the toe, smack him in the toe, smack him right in that big old toe. Smack him in the toe, smack him in the toe, smack him in the, smack him in the, smack him in the toe. Smack him in the, smack him in the, smack him in the toe, smack him in the, smack him in the, smack him in the toe. Smack him, smack him in the toe. I know I'm using that aspect. Like, I know I am. I gotta be. Ultimate. Hey, look, there it is, right there, the fast blood aspect. Why is it missing? I had to find it because I thought I was crazy. Why is it missing? Is it a new aspect that was added specifically with the patch? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure fast blood aspect has been in the game for like years. Maybe I just don't have it. Maybe that's my problem. Maybe I just don't have it. Which very well could be the case. Maybe I'm jumping to conclusions here too quickly. Fast blood might just simply be an aspect that I just don't have. Let's go to the collections, the Codex of Power. Fast blood. Ah, look, I don't have it. Okay. It's a ring aspect, so do I have any dojanks for gambling? Because we can gamble up a bunch of rings and see if I can get it.
Your prayers have been answered.
What will it be?
I'm not even looking at them, I don't even care.
Pull back. It's in Father's blinding light.
Exposed flesh. Circled.
Father bless.
Eh.
What do you need?
More rings.
Father's blinding light.
Nope.
Until next time.
Wah wah. Wah 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 wah. Wah wah wah. I don't know how many mercenary bucks I got, but we could also check in the den. The den's a good place to get aspects as well. Regardless, we do know it exists, so that's good.
Don't think Subo likes me.
I don't think Subo likes anyone. Swear of anything new.
Junk, junky, junk, 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 junky, junky, junk, junky, 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 junk. Undying grave bulwark. Resource cache. That's what we want. And nothing, of course. Oh, wait, there we go. Fast Blood Band. Why does it not have the little thingy on it? That's weird. It definitely is what we're looking for. Kind of a poopy version, but you would definitely want like the 3-second one if you were going for this particular build. 100%. Spending all my dojanks. Spending all my drinks. Spending all my dojanks. We need another resource cache. There we go. Resource cache. Let's try again. Maybe we get a better one this time. Blood Orbs grant essence too seems kind of interesting, but I'm not entirely sure about that one. We don't necessarily need essence with what we're doing, but it could potentially work as a way to kind of like work into that. I mean, if we fire off blood lances to consume the blood orbs, it would definitely be an interesting way that we could do it. Of course, we can also just run around and grab the blood orbs ourselves without having to do that. I mean, it's one way or the other, right? Putting one into transfusion actually doesn't sound like a bad idea since we need blood orbs. Many, many blood orbs. If we are going to use the golem, then we probably want to grab golem mastery. Probably going to end up doing the curses. I kind of like that one that just makes auto curses everything around you, but we could definitely go with something like amplify damage. Most likely Death's Embrace as well. I don't see any reason why not. Hmm. I mean, we've already got 5 in Bloodwave. We got 3 in all the masteries, which is good if we're going to be running the minions. We're using Hellbent Commander, so we're going to get the 30 times multiplier for Hellbent Commander, which should be fine. Inspiring Leader. I mean, we could also go with Death Defense to make the minions a little bit more tanky, which wouldn't be exactly a terrible thing. We could also grab 1 in Bonded in Essence to make sure that they're keeping healed, which is actually pretty good. A 3 Unlucky Hit is also really nice. I actually really like it. If we're going to go with one of the curses, probably grab a Abhorrent Decrepify. So that allows us to put Decrepify. We may not even want Decrepify on the board. I'm not entirely sure yet. I mean, it does cost an aspect slot to kind of like do the auto curse thing, but I don't know. All right, let's take a quick look at how we could potentially set this up. So I got a build planner here. So probably extra minion. I'm so not sure about these guys. Like, I like having these, but then again, you know, like I miss out on damage that way. But having these be like invincible and unkillable is really nice. Probably go with the vulnerable cold mages, and for the golem, probably the corpses, so we don't have to worry about that. That way we constantly have corpses available to us as necessary to revive our minions. We're most likely looking at Bloodwave for our right click. I'm still not entirely sure on Bloodlance for the main click. We'll have to play around with that. Corpse Tendrils is too good to pass up. It's just really nice. We may not necessarily need it, but having it certainly doesn't hurt because it'll pull all the monsters into the field of damage, which should be good. We're going to be utilizing the minions, of course. So Raised Skeleton and the Golem, which pretty much leaves 2 skill slots up for grabs. I don't know exactly what to put those on those, to be honest. Huh. I mean, I was also thinking about Decompose, just simply because Decompose is a corpse generator. So if we ever find ourselves in a situation where we need corpses, Decompose works really good for that, to get us extra corpses. We can consume corpses with Raised Skeleton, which we're going to be doing on a regular basis. It should be just something that we pop off, you know, anytime we need to. We're just Raised Skeleton, Raised Skeleton. The pants, I don't think the new pants are in here yet, so let's just put a placeholder pair of uniques in its spot. So we'll just throw Temerities here just as a gesture. We also pretty much stuck with the Fast Blood aspect as far as I'm aware. So that pretty much has to go on one of the rings. So we're stuck with that. Plus to skills to the ultimate skill is going to be really big. So as many plus to skills as we can potentially get would be very effective. So something like Harlequin Crest, Shaco for the helmet is going to be a no-brainer. +5 to skills and cooldown reduction is exactly what we need. We need the cooldown reduction and we need the plus to skills to make sure that Bloodwave is easy to spam. Fast Blood is going to help us tremendously, but we still want additional cooldown reduction. And honestly, we have so many cooldowns between Corpse Tendrils, Blood Wave, and probably whatever else we put here. And the Golem ability itself, we're going to have a lot of cooldowns that we can potentially utilize. So having cooldown reduction is going to be massive for this build. I'm trying to think whether we go with like a two-hander. I can't remember. So a lot of the new aspects aren't in here yet, but the title aspect is 120% of normal damage. Fires 2 additional. I don't know if that one necessarily needs to be on a two-hander. There's a lot of new ultimate based aspects that were added in the patch. And I might have those in the patch notes if I touch like Control F, Ultimate. We got Ultimate in here a bunch of times. Let's just type in aspect. And legendary aspects, okay. We need the Necromancer legendary aspects. Actually, I'm pretty sure these are just generic aspects, but yeah, is there a section that just has the generic aspects now that I think about it? Because a lot of them are ultimate aspects. They added a bunch of ultimate aspects into the game, and I don't have a list of them, unfortunately. Aspect of Apogeic Furor. Ultimate skill damage bonus per stack, reduced from 18% to 10%. This is one of the ones that gives you like a damage bonus per stack. There's also one that increases your skills, Vehement Brawlers aspect. Ultimate skill ranks reduced from 4 to 2. That one actually enhances your skill ranks of your ultimate by 2, which is also something we're looking for. It is also a blood skill, and I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, wasn't there something that had like blood skill bonus on it? I can't remember what the name of it was. Like it literally just said like plus to all blood skills. Whenever your blood skills overpower, you gain 55% increased attack speed for 4 seconds. That one's really nice. 55% attack speed for something that's going to happen all the time anyway is crazy. It's an offensive aspect as well. Does Rathma's Chosen, now that I think about it, does Rathma's Chosen double when put on a two-hander? Because that would be amazing. Let's take a random two-hander from in here. And let's try to imbue it with Rathma's Chosen. I should have like a two-handed sword or something of that nature. That's a one-handed sword. That's not what I'm looking for. I want the two-handed. Two-handed sword. Barbarian probably has all two-handed weapons, hoarding them like a greedy Greedo. You know it. You know he's got them all. I bet you if I log over there right now and check, my Barbarian probably has every single one of those weapons just like in like a pile, and he's like polishing them like. Huh, which one though? Yes, Kubus. What is the matams? You has the very hot breaths today. Why is your breath so hot? Your breath is like magma. It is like magma. Liquid magma. It is so hot. Like fire. It burns my soul. Why do you come at me with the liquid magma? Magma. Liquid magma. Who has the shako? You got no hat on. I mean, you don't. You have a hat on, but it's a. Let's check you. I need to grab a shako for testing purposes. Cody looks at me with the sad, sad eyes. So very sad. So very sad. Sad, sad, sad. So very sad. Why you gotta be so sad, Cody? Why you got the puppy dog eyes? If you've got a beefum stick, would that cheer you up? Would you be happy if you've got a beefum stick? You want a beefum stick? Is this what you want? It's a beefum stick. Maybe if you come up here, then I'll give you a beefum stick. How about that? You gotta come up here and say hello to everybody. Gotta say hello. Gotta say hello. My name is Kubus, and I's a monster dog. Don't pay attention to my monstrous paws, cause I'm a goodest boy and I do the best I can. And when the monsters come, I's a borkin man. That's right, he does the bork. He does the bork. He does the monster bork. He does the bork. He does the midnight bork. He says, don't talk to me. Look at these big paws. Look at this paw. Give me this paw. Look at this big paw. This thing's monstrous. Monster paw. What are you breaking down there? Breaking stuff. Monster paw boy. What other Ubers could we pull into this build? It's usually pretty easy to get a hold of Ubers, so we could probably pull some Ubers into the build, no problem. I don't know which ones we would want to pull into it, though. Burp.
You don't talk very much.
Alright, so we have a hat. And we have a weapon.
And I talk all the time.
So let's test and see if that aspect Rathma's chosen. So it's at 48%, and when put onto a two-hander, it is 96%. Holy Jesus. That is not a joke. Whenever your blood skills overpower, you gain 96% attack speed for 4 seconds. Wow. That is nuts. So how does the overpower system work with this? Like, what's my goal? So after being healthy for 12 seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. This timer is reduced by 2 seconds for each blood orbs heal or overheal you for 400 life. Okay. So collecting blood orbs becomes a part of the build because every blood orb that we collect reduces the timer for our next free overpower. Our next free overpower comes in 2 seconds, or actually very quickly if we heal ourselves very fast. So according to this, we get 400 HP equals 2 seconds off the timer. So times, what is that, 12 divided by 2 is 6 times 400. So we have to heal for a total of 2,400 HP per blood orb, with blood orbs, essentially. to make our overpower happen instantaneously. Blood orbs heal you for 15% of your maximum life when picked up. So, let's pretend I had 10,000 maximum life. So 10,000 minus, what is that, 85%? 85% means that each blood orb would heal me for roughly 1,500 with 10k HP. So the more HP I have, the easier it's going to be to maintain essentially what we're looking at. Because I'll pick up a blood orb, I'm going to heal or overheal myself for 1,500 HP if I have 10,000 HP. So increasing my maximum HP becomes paramount to this build to increase the number of overpowers, and also at the same time, overpower damage is based off of the overpowers that I'm dealing in the first place, or my HP in the first place. So increasing my HP threshold becomes super important. So having higher HP is definitely what we're looking for with this build. That's kind of crazy. So more HP equals more overpowers equals more damage, more HP equals higher damage. It's just a cyclical loop at that point, right? And of course, fortification is also based off of HP, so having large amounts of fortification also helps. And we also found out that the blood wave is going to be scaling its damage based off of fortification and damage while healthy bonuses. So we're going to want all the damage while healthy and damage while fortified bonuses that we can get. Barrier would probably help us here as well, because that would prevent us from taking damage, which would keep the fortification active. And having the fortification active 100% of the time is probably what we want. I don't see any reason why not to take Necrotic Fortitude. Probably drop the last point in spiked armor. I don't know. We might not even necessarily want Bloodlance for this. I think running around and picking up the orbs is our best bet. Which leaves us back with 2 more points, which we could throw into spiked armor just to get 15% additional armor multiplier, which is pretty powerful for what we're trying to do. I think a lot of our power is going to come from the Paragon board itself. A huge amount of it. Because we're going to be looking for things like Undaunted, which is going to give us our, for every 5 willpower purchased within range, you deal 2% increased damage while fortified, which is going to be huge to increase the damage of Blood Wave. It's also going to give us a really nice damage reduction while fortified bonus, which is going to be nice to end up being tanky. I'm pretty sure there's another one in here. It has to do with healthy damage. I'm like positive. Increased damage while healthy 6% times. I think that one applies to what we're looking for. I'm pretty sure that the multipliers do in fact enhance like what we're trying to do with the increased scaling multipliers. I mean, it is something that we could potentially check. So like, all right, so here's one, Wither, which scales based on intelligence. That doesn't really help us. I forgot that one's intelligence based. I think Cody just stole something. I'm going to have to go figure out what he stole. I'll be right back. Stole one of my crackers. Package and all. I'm pretty sure he ate the plastic. Little turd face. Turd face. Alright, how can we test this? I need a good way to test this to see if the multiplicative damage from something like the healthy bonus at the end of exhumation, for instance. I don't think it's necessarily a good choice, but of course something like dominate is definitely going to come into play. It is also physical damage. Yep. 100%. Most of these are not gonna to be used in the new version of the build. Alright, so we have Harlequin Creshako. These new aspects are the ones that I'm really interested in. And there's got to be a way I can pull these up. I'm pretty sure they were in the original announcement for the public test realm, if I remember correctly. So many doojanks in here. Let's just type in ultimate. Oh yeah, there's the grow ability. I forgot about that. That's one of their witchcraft abilities, and that one's going to be really good for us too, because after casting an ultimate skill, right, so we're going to be spamming ultimates, your servants or minions or companions are empowered to dark magic, growing larger in size and dealing bonus damage and lasting for 15 seconds. At rank 11, your servants, minions, and companions gain 100% critical strike chance while enlarged. So our minions are going to be critting 100% of the time. I had totally even forgot about that. That's going to be insane. So we're just going to get 100% crit chance on our minions. Huh. While you have an aura active, your ultimate skills gain each Grimoire tag and deal 10% more damage. Voice of the Stars. Let's type in instead of ultimate. That's pretty much it for that. I'm pretty sure there was another way we could look at this. This one's going to be pretty powerful for us too. The Nagu. Gain 100 offering, maintain at least one active summon for 5 seconds, gaining offering for each up to 6 summons. So if we set up for summons and we use the Nagu rune, we're definitely going to be able to get some crazy offering applied to whatever it is that we're doing. I mean, that's what, 600 offering that we can like pump into something. So 600 offering, it's every 5 seconds, so divided by 5. So we get like 120 offering a second, but we get 600 every 5 seconds, which is going to be able to feed into something specific that we can utilize. We could also potentially use the new Igni rune, which is stores offering every 0.3 seconds. Cast a non-basic skill to gain the stored offering. That one could be interesting as well. No. These are the old patch notes from the PTR. I was hoping that some of the aspects, the new ultimate aspects, were in here, but they very rarely ever show everything, do they? There we go. Here we go. So, aspect of Epigic Fur. Casting an ultimate skill increases your ultimate damage by, we saw that that one got nerfed, of up to, yada yada. At 10 stacks, your cooldowns and this bonus are reset. So, aspect of Apogeac Fur is definitely going to be something that we're going to want to use with this build. There's also this one, which is aspect of Decisive Resolution. Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage by, and I'm pretty sure that that damage got changed, for 8 seconds and gain 4 additional ultimate skill ranks, which got reduced to 2, but it still is going to give us 2 additional ranks to Blood Wave as well as an additional damage bonus to Blood Wave, which is going to be something that we're interested in as well. That's Barbarian only. That's Druid. That's Druid. Consuming a corpse increases the damage of your core and ultimate skills by 3.5 to 7% for 5 seconds, up to 30%. Cadaverous. Is that an aspect? I think that's an aspect. That seems rather powerful. Consuming a corpse increases the damage of your core skills by 7% times for 5 seconds, up to... That's really powerful. That one could potentially be multiplied by a two-handed weapon. Let's see. Yes, it does. So it goes to 14% and up to 70% increase in damage. So a 70% times multiplier for our ultimate ability. That's one particular path we could look at. Not entirely sure if that's worth using up our two-handed slot for, but it's an option. Okay. Ultimate cooldown reduction restricted to Necromancers. Huh. Let's take a look at the witchcraft powers too and see if there's anything else in here that looks really interesting for us. So we've got that aspect that turns our ultimate into a, what did it say? While you have an active aura, active, your ultimate skills gain each grimoire tag and deal 10% more damage. Each grimoire tag. So basically they have it set up where, is that a gem? That's a gem, isn't it? Yes, it is. The Voice of the Stars gem. So there's some interesting like buffs that you can potentially get for various skills. Like for instance, having every grimoire tag is going to be pretty powerful for an ultimate, which means that you could potentially build damage through the different grimoires. The three grimoires are the Growth and Decay, the Growth and Decay powers, that's one grimoire. The Psyche powers, that's another grimoire, and the Eldritch powers. So essentially what this is saying is that you gain all three of the tags for having an active aura, which is kind of crazy because the auras are actually pretty good. Let's take a look at the auras, because that pretty much solidifies, I think, us using one of the auras. We got the Aura of Misfortune, which is at rank 5. Aura of Misfortune increases your movement speed by 5% and slows enemies by 30%. Enemies near you have X chance for their attacks to be interrupted. Does not work on bosses. Aura of Lament. When you first strike an enemy, it is afflicted with the Aura of Lament. It slows it and other nearby enemies by 70%. For each enemy inside the Aura of Lament, you gain one primary resource each second, and if the initial enemy dies, Aura of Lament is passed on to another nearby enemy, retaining the duration. Only one enemy may be afflicted at a time, may only occur every 30 seconds, so that one doesn't seem as powerful. Aura of Siphoning. Conjure a Aura of Decay that deals poison damage to enemies every second. At rank 10, each time the Aura of Siphoning deals damage, you are healed for 1% of your maximum life. Could feed into the whole damage while healthy motif of this particular build, making sure that we're constantly at full health all the time. What else do we have besides those three auras? Aura Specialization. The size of your aura effects are increased by X. At rank 10, they increase the critical strike damage by 50% against enemies inside of your aura effects. That seems pretty powerful. Piranado. When an enemy is afflicted by both a hex and an aura effect, Piranado is summoned, pulling an enemies toward it, dealing X physical damage over 12 seconds. May occur once every 20 seconds. Okay. So maybe Aura of Siphoning is a good choice for us. I mean, the other Aura of Misfortune, isn't exactly terrible either, increasing our movement speed and slowing the enemies. It also has a chance to interrupt the attacks of the enemies, which could make it potentially very useful. What's up, John? How's it going? So definitely an aura. I mean, we can like figure out what kind of powers we want for this particular build. It's pretty simple. Let's go ahead and bring this out a little bit. So we definitely want the aura of what was it? Misfortune. Yeah, misfortune. Or maybe the other aura, which is the one that poisons monsters. I actually was kind of interested in that one because it heals you, and I mean, Aura of Siphoning. I do like movement speed though. Movement speed is also nice. So either the Aura of Misfortune or the Aura of Siphoning. We also want the Grow power, which is going to be, for this particular build, pretty powerful. Number one, it's going to make it so that every single time we cast our ultimate, they basically get larger, get a bonus damage, and that lasts for 15 seconds. On top of this, our servants and minions and companions will also gain 100% critical strike chance when they are enlarged at a rank 11, which sounds absolutely insane. So that's like a no-brainer. I think we're definitely grabbing that. We could also see what kind of overpower stuff is in here. Let's take a look at the overpower. Phantom String. You deal 40% more overpower damage to hexed enemies. I think that's pretty much a no-brainer too. So let's pull Phantom String into the mix. Phantom String. What else do we have overpower-wise up here? I think that's it for the evil witch powers. Evil witch powers. We do have a lot of minions that we could potentially take advantage of, which I think would be really cool. There is the Firebat Servants, which I believe are minions. There is also the Toad, which I do like the Toad. The Toad is also a minion. And I think there's one more minion. Lost Powers. Aura specialization. Okay. At rank 10, increase the critical strike damage by 50% against enemies inside your aura of effects. I think this is going to be pretty powerful, especially considering our minions should have 100% critical strike chance. That sounds insane. I say we do that one. So aura specialization would probably be pretty good too. Eh. too many specialization. Exactly. That's nice. We could also go with the Toad. I like the Toad. More minions I don't think hurts, especially with the way that they set everything up. So the Poison Frog Servant is definitely something that we could potentially go for. He counts as one of our minions, so I don't really see any reason why not. He's going to gain all the minion buffs and everything that we're utilizing, all the summon buffs. The Firebat Servants are also the minions, as far as I'm aware. So we get, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We get 5 regular powers, and we get 1 like unique witch power. So if we put the Poison Servant, the Frog as 1, Firebrand Servant as 2, Grow as 3, one of the auras as 4. I don't think I'm not sure if the aura specialization is a unique power or not. Actually, I wasn't paying attention. I think the aura specialization is a unique power. No, because Doom Orb is one of the unique powers, and that one's at the end here. It doesn't necessarily say that they're unique powers, does it? One of these is a minion. I can't remember which one it is. I think it's like the Vengeful Spirits. Also counts as a minion. Let's go check the tapes, shall we? So that I can pull this up. I know for a fact that I was playing around with the witch's powers at one point, and I'm sure we can find the witch's powers. Oh no, an ad on my own video. I can only blame myself. Curses, Ginger! Alright, where is the panel? I had like a whole thing when I was in here playing with the witches panel, leveling up the abilities. Is this it right here? Aura of Lament. There's the aura. There's the frog. There's the grow power. There's the fire bat servants. Aura of Lament is definitely one of the basic auras. The unique ones are the red ones. See these right here? These are the red ones. The one that I'm using up here is one of the unique effects. There's the poison frog. What's up, young Ev? How's it going? I'm over here messing around. Messing around. Messing around. Look at my big giant wolves. Watch. Watch when I use the ultimate and the wolves get real big. Like if I do the Necromancer summon this season, my little skeletons are gonna be like ginormous the entire season. It's gonna be crazy. They're gonna be ginormatrons. 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 Normatrons. Ginormatrons. Come on down them Normatrons. Come on down them Normatrons. Another really cool thing that I noticed is that like since they did the like the summon consolidation thing, all the summons are essentially working very well now. So like you notice that I'm using the Runeward Wolves, and the Runeward Wolves are also summons. So they're getting all my damage bonuses, which is really nice. Is Leon playing this season? I don't know. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. Everybody's pretty addicted to Path of Exile too, so I guess we'll see. We'll see if they can break themselves away. Could have sworn I had a better video of me going over the witch's powers. I think it was from the previous day. I think that's what it is. So it wasn't today. It was the previous day. Let's take a look at the previous day. PTR, PTR, radioactive PTR. Does whatever a public test realm can, 'cause you're gonna be a public test realm man. Alright, I'm pretty sure there was a whole section in here where I literally just was going over the witch's powers, so let's have a look at that. Yep, here we go. Looks like it starts about right here. Vengeful Spirit. See, the Vengeful Spirit has a summon tag. So we're getting the summon bonuses there. A lot of these guys have summon bonuses. The Firebat servants are also technically summons. There's the Aura of Misfortune. The Aura of Lament. There's Monsieur Poison Frog. Oh, Monsieur Poison Frog. Hex of Whispers, the Aura of Siphoning. I was actually playing around with the Aura of Siphoning. It's kind of neat. Very single target though, fortunately. Apparently I'm just leaving. Leaving on a jet plane. A jet train. Don't know when I'll be back again. Leaving on a jet train. Oh, I came back and I messed it up. No. Oh yeah, there we go. I'm purchasing some more of the Doojanks. You actually have to purchase them from the shop, so... The hell's lifelink? Automatically link your life force with up to 3 nearby enemies. 1,100% of the damage you take is shared. The link targets as physical damage. Cannot lifelink to enemy players. Eldritch effects deal 21% increased damage against head rot. Release a wave of woe when damaging an enemy with your skills. Every 250 resource spent, release an explosion, dealing 360 shadow damage. You know, that was an interesting one I just saw. Shaken Soul. Eldritch effects applied vulnerable to enemies for 3.3 seconds. If you potentially use that with that one that makes it so that your ultimate skill has all of the tags, so it's an Eldritch ability, it's a, like a growth and decay and a psyche ability all at the same time. Doesn't that mean that my blood wave would basically just be applying vulnerable 100% of the time and I would have 100% uptime on my vulnerable ability? That sounds kind of crazy. That's not, that doesn't sound terrible. Your witchcraft effects deal 21% times the damage dealt over 5 seconds. The damage type is based on your class. Based on your class. This is the aura right here. These are the new head rotten zones, the witch zones. They're actually pretty fun, to be perfectly honest. I was having a lot of fun with them. There's like tons of monsters all over the place. I was playing around with a lot of different mechanics for the druid. With like the wolves have like the mini hurricanes around them, and like I was trying to go for like all the minions basically. And I did. I had like pretty much every single minion. I had the wolves. I had my wolves. I had the frog. I was also utilizing the fire bats. And at some point, I'm pretty sure I get the unique one. I can't remember what the unique one is. It's the I think it's the vengeful spirit. Which I think if we go to the next day, around the beginning, I'm pretty sure that once I have access to the cheat vendor, which they did activate finally, I was able to get access to the Vengeful Spirit, which was pretty cool. Where did we start playing around with the Wolfie again? I can't remember. It's like, was that the end of the stream? Oh yeah, this is the ball lightning stuff, and I was playing around with the way that ball lightning worked. I did not particularly care for the way the ball lightning worked. Just really didn't enjoy the way that the new ball lightning functions, which kind of kills the ball lightning, and I'm not really sure I like that. I wish it still pierced. Really sure. Let's go back from. Let's go back a little bit. We rewind. Please be kind. Rewind. Obviously, we don't have access to any of this stuff yet till the 21st. Necromancy only skill now. Instead of it being the monsters are burning, now it's specifically ability for pretty stupid. In the have access. Blah 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 blah. Probably would have been enough. I didn't think they had to go so far as to nerf like the Devouring Blaze ability itself, but I can understand their logic behind it. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome.
No.
Welcome. I think there's a whole build around, for instance, the Eagle Ultimate, the Spirit Born. There's a whole build around Maelstrom now.
You shush, Ginger. Nobody wants to hear you talk, sir.
Actually, I kind of do, because I don't remember everything. That's the Barbarian. I've been having a lot of fun thinking about the different builds. I'm kind of torn because I don't have a build guide to. I mean, not build guide, build planner to put all my ideas down into yet. I suppose I could just start slapping them down in here and see what I come up with, and I'll just have to update it later. Don't even have the new unique item yet, which is the poopy. Rathman's Chosen seems like a no-brainer. I don't know exactly where that's going to go. Maybe on my gloves. I mean, there's a couple different choices for gloves. Like Blood Surge consumes nearby corpses to cause mini novas. So you can utilize that to consume corpses. Let's grab the cadaverous aspect there. We've got fast blood already. I don't know if any of the amulets would necessarily help us. Banished Lords is built around spending life or spending essence or resource, and we can't technically do that. That's an issue. So there's no way that we can really spend resource and cause this to work. I mean, granted, the overpower bonus is nice, and it does have maximum life on it. Wonder how many of these have maximum life bonuses. I don't think any of the aspects do, but they certainly popped up, so didn't they? Yeah. We also have that aspect too. Your reinforcement cooldown is reduced by 33% after casting your ultimate skill. Your reinforcement mercenary is called. This cannot occur once, but that has a limit on it. It can't occur more than once every 30 seconds, so that's not really all that amazing. That's the poopy. I could have sworn that there was an item, and maybe I'm misremembering, but I could have sworn there was an item that gave plus to blood skills specifically, and maybe I am just remembering wrong. But I could have sworn there was something that just had a plus to blood skills. Coalesce to blood lance. Damage reduction from enemies affected by blood skills. See, why didn't that pop up when I searched for blood skills? I literally just searched for blood skills and it didn't pop up. Let's try that again. Blood. Is it going to be, is it case sensitive? Dude, it's obviously right there. Like, I'm looking right at it. Buy blood skills. It says buy blood skills. This is the stupid. Let's put in ultimates just for fun. So what do we got that has ultimate stuff? We can also narrow it down to Necromancer as well. 2 results for ultimate. We've got the Flicker Step, which we probably don't need, but it does have 300% damage to ultimate skills on it, which is kind of insane and probably exactly what we want. Then there's Yen's Blessing, which that doesn't even apply. So Flicker Step does give a 300% bonus to ultimate damage. Huh. It also technically reduces our ultimate cooldown whenever we evade through monsters, which isn't necessarily something that we want to do. I was wondering why the hell there was like a wave underneath of me. What the hell's going on? It's ad over here. Got a freaking lady swimming through a tidal storm. I mean, that's kind of insane. 300% ultimate damage. That actually might be what we want. I mean, what else could we potentially put there besides the 300% ultimate damage from Flicker? Which, by the way, we could get a greater affix version. So that's 450% ultimate damage. We could also masterwork that ultimate damage to make it even higher. So technically, Flicker Step might actually be our best in slot. I don't know. That seems kind of insane. I mean, what do we got aspect-wise that would potentially go here that could even be close? Whole lot of nothing, whole lot of nothing, whole lot of nothing. I mean, Aspect of Occult Dominion could go somewhere else. Like, it's not necessary to be there. Would be nice to have Aspect of Occult Dominion, but we could also put Aspect of Occult Dominion on the amulet to give ourselves 3 minions instead of 2. So that's an option. That movement speed is nice. 45% movement speed from the Aspect of Unholy Tether. I don't think that's terrible. I mean, Aspect of Cursed Aura is also interesting. We can either cast it ourselves or we can have them cast it. I was also potentially thinking that we could utilize something like Ring of the Sacrilegious, just to simply maintain all these random buffs that are constantly going to be going off. Obviously, that would help maintain our army on a regular basis. It would also constantly corpse tendril, and it would also, just in general, make it the character less button spammy. Doesn't do anything for our curses, though, does it? Nope. We're also kind of limited, too, because we can't utilize Blood Moon Breaches. So Blood Moon Breaches is a... It got kind of nerfed, by the way. Like, instead of overpower damage, now it does critical damage. So it's no longer an overpower pair of pants. And since, obviously, the other unique item, Kesime's pants is going to go in its place. So we have no choice. Like, our main unique item is going to be consuming that slot. So I think we're pretty much stuck. I mean, we could potentially look into overpower, which we've got the blood boiling aspect. I don't necessarily think we need the blood boiling aspect. We've already got Rathmas Chosen. Or don't we? No, we don't have Rathmas Chosen. We definitely want Rathmas Chosen, so let's grab Rathmas Chosen. That's going to increase our attack speed, which I believe also affects our minions, because any attack speed that we get also affects the minions. So it's going to be a pretty good buff for both of us. We don't want to go like too far into the minions themselves. We want to try and get buffs for both us and the minions. I'm not sure about the Blood Getters aspects. We've already got the important one, which is the Fast Blood aspect, which is the one that we really need. We also need the ultimate bonuses. I think, honestly, I think Flicker Step is the best bet here. 300% ultimate damage is kind of hard to turn down. We also get some damage reduction from close, movement speed, a little bit of lightning res, I guess. I don't think we need that, but... And we can potentially reset the ultimate ability quicker with it, I suppose. That's also an option. I'm thinking that we're probably going to be utilizing both of these ultimate abilities. So we've got the 2 new ultimate aspects that are coming, which is the aspect of apoegic fur. That's the one that gives us a ultimate damage bonus, like every time we attack, up to a certain number of attacks or something like that. So aspect of apoegic fur. We might have to just write this stuff down for now. So aspect of the decisive, which this one also is ultimate damage and gives us ultimate skill ranks. These are both offensives. So that pretty much consumes up the weapon slot and also the amulet slot then. And then we're left with 1 ring slot. I'm assuming... You kind of have to take a look at what they changed about these. Hold on. So the aspect of apoegic further got changed from 18% to 10. So if we threw that on an amulet, it would go to 15. And we could potentially get that maximum bonus up to 150, I would assume. There's also the Vehement Brawlers aspect, which is the one that gives the ultimate skill ranks. Or is it, I thought it was called the aspect of Decisive Resolution. Doesn't matter. That one increases skill ranks, and it also gives the damage bonus. I wonder if that one could be better on the amulet or not. I don't know. So one of these is going to go on the amulet, either the apoegic fervor or the other one, which is the aspect of the decisive. I'm assuming this one probably goes on the amulet, unless I want to do the minions there. And the armor piece. Shroud of False Death is just insane. Could potentially be a really good one. Let me take a look and see, like, nothing ultimate related there. How about the rings? No ultimate on the rings. How about the gloves? No. Checking for unique items that have, like, large amounts of ultimate skill damage. There are some unique items that have large amounts of ultimate skill damage, but not for the Necromancer, it would appear. Ring of the Starless isn't really useful with this character, and we're not spending resource for the most part. The multiplier would be nice, but we're not spending any resource to get it. X-Files Corroded Signet, poopy. I mean, Ring of Mandeln might not necessarily be a terrible option. Probably end up just using this for damage output, I would assume. Damage while you have a barrier active. We could also go with Edge Masters isn't like an awful choice. Mood Rise, Adaptability, and none of these are really good for this character. Frenzied Dead would be nice if we were going with a pure minion build, but I'm not entirely sure Frenzied Dead is the right choice for this build. I mean, a Grasping Veins could be really powerful. Bonus critical damage could actually help out a lot. we're not entirely going to be building bonus critical damage, but I don't really see any reason not to build some bonus critical damage, but it's multiplier. I mean, this whole aspect that we were looking at earlier with the grow, like this looks absolutely insane. I don't know if they really thought about that when they put it together, but this right here, so at rank 11, your servants, minions, and companions gain 100% critical strike chance while enlarged. So it's not necessarily that I think that we like should build critical strike damage, but that if we're going to do this minion build, our minions are going to have 100% critical strike chance. They're never going to not be critically striking. And I know I did a double negative there, but it's that seems absolutely insane. Just absolutely insane. Though I feel like the minion characters are going to just be like absolutely nuts this season, and critical strike damage is going to be huge for them. So, like from that perspective, maybe something that's giving us a large amount of critical strike damage, like Grasping Veins, might not necessarily be a bad choice. Especially if we're going to be spamming that anyways. We've got Corpse Tendrils already on the panel, so that is something that could be thrown in. Blood Wave itself is going to get most of its damage from the points and the 2 aspects that we don't have yet. I kind of wish there was like a placeholder, like one on here that we could just grab. Like a PH placeholder. It gotta be the placeholder, the place molder. I mean, another potential choice is the Grandfather, which, if we have 100% critical strike damage, that could be really interesting too. I mean, that's going to give us a huge critical strike damage bonus, which is going to apply to our minions. We're going to get a huge amount of maximum life from this, and actually that is an interesting thing to think about as well. So we were talking about how maximum life was really important for this build. So increasing our maximum life as much as we can is going to be huge. I keep forgetting that a lot of these like uber uniques just have massive amounts of life on them. Massive amounts of life, right? So like things like Doombringer that have 35% bonus maximum life would be huge, because that's going to obviously feed into the overpower mechanic. Also feeding into the key passive, which is going to give us more overpowers for healing ourselves. And the blood orbs heal based on percentage, so the more HP we have, the more overpowers we get, and so forth and so on. I mean, so there's definitely like a argument perhaps for maybe including Doombringer into the build, just to give ourselves as much life as we can possibly get. I'm not sure which one would be better for a Necromancer, to be honest. A 35% maximum life or 1800 base. Especially if we got like a Doombringer or a Grandfather that had like the greater affix roll on it. Building 2 Ubers into a build, though, is a little rough. It could potentially work. It also could potentially backfire, because we might not actually get those, right? I mean, Doombringer is nice because it gives you a huge amount of HP and it gives you damage reduction, life restore, but it doesn't really give you a whole lot of damage output. Grandfather is nice because it gives you a huge amount of damage output and a huge amount of life. The only real downside to Grandfather is you would lose an aspect. So the moment that you pick Grandfather, you have now lost one of your aspect slots, which means we'd have to drop like Grasping Veins or something like that and move toward that. I mean, it's not exactly a terrible option. Grandfather might be extremely powerful for this. There's also the possibility of just simply using one of those ultimate ones in a two-hander itself, which is another powerful way that we could potentially go. So like one of these two aspects. I think this one is probably the best one that might be like two-hander specific because it gives you 100% total damage to your ultimate skill as well as a 10% bonus per stack. So it would be 20% per stack and 200% for the total package. And that might be the better way to go. So maybe instead of doing like Rathmas Chosen here, maybe we do Rathmas Chosen here. And then we grab like a two-hander with that specific aspect on it here. And that just gives us what we're looking for. What do we do for the body armor? So Shroud of False Death is extremely powerful. +1 to all passives is absolutely nuts, and I can't really see a downside to it. Other than Shroud of False Death, I mean, we can potentially go with the more minions. Trying to think what we would potentially use here otherwise. I mean, defensive aspects, obviously. There's like Hardened Bones, which gives us like a damage reduction. Now there's also Occult Dominion, which would give us more minions, which we still haven't put anywhere. This one can't go anywhere else. We definitely want the cooldown reduction from Harlequin Crest. The Cadaverous aspect, that one is changing to work with ultimate skills, which is the only reason why I'm even considering it. So it's not terrible. We're also going to be utilizing some of the other bonuses that give us that, what we're looking for as well. Still haven't even picked another skill, have I? I mean, we could just throw Decrepify on here for right now. The skill tree, let's go ahead and do the skill tree up in here. So it's probably going to look something like this. Grab the, we don't really need the vulnerable. Pretty much just for creating corpses. We're probably not even going to use it for the most part. We grab 3 here, 1 there, which brings us to the next part. I just realized we need some music going. Let's get some music going, boys. Yeah, there we go. Now we got some music bumping. Alright, so we're going to grab 3 in Titan's Fall. We're going to grab 3 in Necrotic Fortitude and 3 in Spiked Armor. We grab 3 in Fueled by Death. Skeletal Warrior Mastery. Death's Embrace. Amplify Damage. Skeletal Mage Mastery. Precision Decay. We don't need a Necrotic Carapace. And that leaves us with what? 68 out of 71. And that's it. Alright, let's handle the Paragon board now. The Paragon boards. The boards of the Paragon. Alright, so we need all of the HP nodes that we can get. And damage while healthy nodes that we can get. So anything that's damage while healthy, we want all of it. Looks like there's a bunch of damage while healthy here. Damage while healthy. I'm just picking random nodes for the moment. Not worried about it. More damage while healthy. We want all the damage while healthy. So we're going to have to snag all that. Blood Orb Healing is an interesting one. So this one actually comes into play with our build. It's actually something that I didn't think would actually come into play with our build, but this one actually does. It has to do with the fact that if we take a look at the skill tree. So if you read the way that this is stated, it says, after being healthy for 12 seconds, your next blood skill overpowers. This timer is reduced by 2 seconds each time. Each time blood orbs heal or overheal you for 400 life. So it says right there at the bottom of the blood orbs, it says blood orbs heal you for 15% of your maximum life when picked up. So what we're seeing here is that we can potentially enhance the amount of healing that we're getting from the blood orbs, which could then potentially also make it so that our overpowers are more consistent. So as we're picking up blood orbs, we might only have to pick up like 1 blood orb or like 2 blood orbs, and we may eventually just like immediately get an overpower on the next attack, allowing us to essentially maintain constant overpowers just by simply picking up the blood orbs. And something like this combined with maximum life, because of course the more life we have, the more it's going to be. I was looking at this just a little bit earlier in the stream, and so like it says 400 will reduce it by 2 seconds. So it's 12 seconds divided by 2. So it's 6 2-second marks, and that's 400 HP per mark. So we're looking at 2400 HP needs to be healed to reduce it to an instantaneous overpower, essentially, right? So we need to heal for 2400 HP. If we have, let's say, like 10,000 HP, which is probably likely, we could get higher, and we want to get higher, but if we subtract 85% from that, we end up with around 1500 HP, right? But if we can increase the amount of HP that we're healing, we might be able to make it so that 1 blood orb is enough to completely reset the cooldown on our free overpower. So essentially we can just go like collect 1 blood orb, overpower, 1 blood orb, overpower, 1 blood orb, overpower, 1 blood orb, overpower. And that's kind of like where we're sitting. Now we get plenty of blood orbs through the ability itself. So the actual main ability of Blood Wave gives tons of blood orbs. We shouldn't have to worry about blood orbs pretty much ever, for the most part. Because each time Blood Orbs travels, it's going to leave behind 6 Blood Orbs, or Blood Wave travels, leaves behind 6 Blood Orbs. So we're always going to have Blood Orbs on the field. Always. I mean, as an example, as you can see, now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That was only 4. That is not as many as was stated, my friends. I mean, we could potentially get even more Blood Orbs another way. Not entirely sure I want to. Does it seem like I'm casting... Do I have... I'm not wearing those pants, am I? I mean, it definitely leaves behind a large amount of orbs, that's for sure. I wish I had a better Fast Blood aspect. I don't even have Fast Blood aspect on right now. Fast Blood aspect is what gives us the resets on the Blood Wave and allows us to keep it 100% uptime. Which we're not doing right now. Let me go put that on something. I'm pretty sure it has to go on a ring, so let's just slam it on one of the rings. Ring, 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 ring-a-ding-ding, ring, 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 ring. There we go. Now we've got Fast Blood. Fast Blood definitely makes it faster. Not fast enough. Pop, 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 pop. Collect all the orbs. And we're already down to 11 seconds, even with a bad Fast Blood. It's actually not bad at all. I don't even have enough cooldown reduction, really. You can definitely get more cooldown reduction. The other thing is you can get 2 Blood Waves, which I think is what makes it work even better. So the double Blood Wave one, I'm pretty sure leaves behind a second set of Blood Orbs, which brings it up to a total of 12 orbs. So you can very easily collect 12 orbs. So if we grab the Blood Wave aspect... Blood Wave, it's the title aspect. Let's throw that on here. That'll make the Blood Wave cast twice, which will also give us twice as many Blood Orbs in the process. This is, of course, without the unique item and the cooldown reduction that the unique item gives. So, I'm pretty sure we can make this work. So as you can see, now we've got double the number of waves, and we're instantaneously reset just from running around collecting the orbs. And we get another one, and we're basically just stuck on orb collection duty for the most part. Collect them orbs, do-si-do, come on down and let's go. Now this is why I had considered potentially including the ability to just like automatically collect the orbs, but to do that we have to use Blood Lance and Gore Quills, which I don't know if that's worth it. What we're eventually going to be doing is literally just holding down the button, so it's not really going to matter all that much. We're definitely getting some decent numbers for a half-butt setup build. I mean, we don't have any of the new aspects. We don't have the new item. And we're already seeing like nearly 1 million. It's like 700, 800k in there sometimes. So we're getting nearly 1 million already with not even the build set up properly. Make sure everything's cursed. I mean, one thing's for sure, I definitely won't have to worry about healing with this build. Probably barely ever use my health potion. I'm not entirely sure that, like with the way that the unique item works, how it has 2 waves that come in from side to side. I think each wave does 6, and if you do the double, that's 6 again. So you end up with 24, I think, blood orbs on the battlefield by the time the entire trick is done, which makes it exceedingly easier than what I'm doing right now. Especially considering the 2 waves are focused on the center, which means that the majority of the blood orbs are centered on me, so I should just be automatically collecting them as they go back and forth, which is going to make it a hell of a lot easier. Of course, you add in some of these multipliers. Get some of this other doojanks going. I don't even have the Paragon board set up correctly on this character. And he's already almost in the millions. That's pretty impressive. Alright, back to the Paragon board. Back to the Paragon board. What do we got? Blood empowered, blood damage, blood damage, blood damage. Most likely grabbing all that. We're probably also going to grab any damage while healthy bonuses that we can. So, it just does make sense. We actually kind of want both of these, but... Get that in a second. Which one is this one? Blood orb healing, maximum life. More maximum life. There's just so much good stuff on this board for our build. I mean, we can sacrifice some blood orb healing later on. We're going to end up taking some of the blood orb healing no matter what, so... Probably end up just using this as a center board. There's just too much good stuff on the board to skip. Between all the maximum life nodes, which there is a lot of maximum life nodes here. And a lot of the other stuff that's going on this board, it's kind of ridiculous. Alright, so we're definitely going to grab the Bloodbath board, 100%. I don't see any reason why not. We're most likely also going to grab the Cult Leader board because we're running the minions. So let's go ahead and throw the Cult Leader board on there. And then we're probably also going to grab the Frailty board. Or do we grab the Flesh Eater? We might actually grab both of those, to be perfectly honest. Or do we grab Hulking Monstrosity? I feel like the Curse one works better for everybody, whereas the Hulking Monstrosity works only for the Golem. So, like, the Flesh Eater should be applying to the minions, and the Frailty should also be applying to the minions. So I think at the end of the day, they're both going to be good for what we're trying to do. So we're probably going to want both of those. Let's start with the Overpower board, because we are in Overpower builds, so why not? Blood Begets Blood. That was the first board that I picked. And we're definitely grabbing that ultimate. I don't know why I didn't. I probably just didn't hit the buttons. I am a non-button hitter. Yeah, Blood Beget Blood was the first board that we picked. We picked that first. Alright, we definitely want any of the overpower damage that we can get. So there's a bunch of overpower damage here. We're grabbing all that. Let's go ahead and grab the Bloodbath node, which we 100% want. We also want any damage while fortified. Any damage while fortified that we can get also increases our damage tremendously. This is damage reduction while fortified, which is not terrible, but not exactly what we were looking for. We're probably not going to need resistances. I think we're fine on that. What's over here? Maximum life, maximum life. We want all the maximum life nodes, actually. So we're probably going to take those as well. I'm just putting things down here for the moment. We're going to go back and check these out in a minute. What's up, Keith? Alright, so we've got damage while fortified, damage while fortified, damage while fortified. We want all of those. We've also got overpower damage. We want all the overpower damage. So that's extremely powerful for us. And we probably just want to go down here and... yeah, I'm trying to think here. But yeah, 151. We're actually pretty light. So let's just go ahead and grab... damage while fortified. Yeah, there's damage while fortified over here too. We need that. And then the last board that we're going to get is most likely going to be Flesh Eater. Pretty sure Flesh Eater is the play. So we go Flesh Eater. Poison resistance. It's got maximum poison resistance. I do like maximum poison resistance. What do we got over here? Max life, max life. Okay, we want max life. Anything that gives us maximum life is better than anything that doesn't. So we take the maximum life. We might not need any of this resistances. I don't know, but we need the maximum life. So we're just going to go ahead and take that. Maximum life gives us most of our damage bonuses because we're a blood build. That's just how it works. What do we got here? Just raw damage. Nothing too fancy. Just throw another random one in there. We'll fix that in a minute. In fact, before we forget... Necromancer should fill out all 9 gear slots. Oof. Which we can't do right now because we are... oh no. Unresponsive build planner. No. That was exactly what I was trying to prevent. No, we're waiting. I ain't playing that game. After I did all that work? You kidding me, son? Aw, snap. Ran out of memory. Well. So much for that build. I bet you it's Chrome. I bet you that's what it is. I bet you it's Chrome. Chrome's been doing me dirty lately. Chrome is not good. There's something wrong with Chrome. It's getting worse. It's getting worse and worse. Every single time I go, I'm going to websites and things are just constantly crashing on me on a regular basis. Battle.net. Alright. Ugh. Ugh, 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 ugh. Ugh, dug, dug, ugh, ugh, dug, ugh, 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 dug, 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 ugh, dug, ugh, dug, ugh, dug, 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 ugh, dug, ugh, dug, ugh, dug, 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 dug. Ugh, 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 ugh. Ugh, 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 ugh. Ugh, dug, ugh, dug, dug. Ugh, ugh, ugh. How much would have put grandfather here for the time being to signify that it's a two-handed weapon? And I'll put Melted Heart of Selig here to signify that it's a, an item that needs to be replaced. Same thing with this. Temerity goes there to signify that it needs to be a unique item. Since I don't got a choice. Alright. Quick and quiet as shadows we must be. Uno, dos, tres. Uno, dos, tres. Uno, dos, tres. Uno, dos, tres. You know what? Shroud probably is a really strong play for this build now that I think about it. Lots of passives. Yeah. Lots of passives. Yeah, Shroud is most definitely the play. %100% the play. One, 100% yes. 100% yes. Save the build. Save the build. Save the build. Save that build. This page is slowing down Firefox to speed up their browser. Stop this page. Oh, great. Crashing. Well, I guess it's not the page. Alright. This poopy. This the poopies. This the poopies. I guess it's not Chrome. Can I save the build at least? Can't even save the build. Bom, bom. Bom, 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 bom. Let's use another build planner. Can't really do much if it keeps crashing on me, can I? Alright, maybe they got the new pants. They have the new unique. Oh, it's not Kiss, it's Kiss. Okay. Kiss Maze Pants, Harlequin Crest Shaco. Chest armor, probably gonna end up being shrouded full stuff. Hey, look, ma. Apoetic Furger probably going into that slot. Yeah. Amulet of Assistance, no. Ultimate Shadow, no. The Vehement Brawlers aspect, that's the one. Alright, we also want Fast Blood on the ring slot. The hell is this? Sounds like it came out of... Am I playing Dragon Quest? I feel like I'm playing Dragon Quest here. I'm super excited about this song. This song's nice. Reminds me of my days back playing Dragon Warrior. I'm torn between Cadaverous Aspect and Rathma's Blood, which gives me the attack speed increase. I feel like Rathma's is better. Definitely Rathma's. I think it's just a better option, so... Rathma is chosen. 55% increased attack speed is kind of too hard to pass up on, and we're definitely still using flickers. Alright, as for the powers, we're going to be using most 100% definitely. We're going to be using Grow. We definitely want Vengeful Spirit. That's the minion one. That's the summon one. We're going to be using one of the auras, so... I was thinking the one that heals us. I feel like the one that heals us, keeping our HP full all the time, could be really useful. We could also do the movement speed one, though, which is kind of nice. Let's do Misfortune. Misfortune sounds neat. And then we're gonna do Summon. So we want the Frog. The Frog is also a summon. And then I'm pretty sure the Firebat Servants are also summons. Remember I checked that. So we get the Firebat Servants, we've got the Grow, we got the Aura of Misfortune, the Poison Frog, the Vengeful Spirits. We got tons of extra minions, basically. We got the Poison Minion, we got the Firebat Minion, we got the Vengeful Spirit Minion. And then from here... When you kill an enemy, your next overpower deals 6% increased damage up to 100%. At rank 4, the damage bonus extends to the next 2 overpowers instead of 1. Huh. That's kind of crazy. What was the one that we were looking at? We have it written down. Phantom String. I think that was a gem. Aura specialization was also kind of interesting. Increase critical strike damage by 50% against enemies inside your aura effects. That one's also rather nice. This one's on kill. I don't know about on kill stuff. This is like actual damage that's going to get added to our character. The other one is only going to get added when we kill things, and I don't particularly like stuff like that. Active runes. So we're most likely going to be using the new rune, which is the... what is that one? There we go, the Nagu. We're going to be using the Nagu. I was thinking we might actually want to use the Nagu on the maximum life to get ourselves extra damage. Because more life equals more overpowers, more life equals higher overpowered damage. Just in general is going to help us more for our damage output than just about anything else. And this is going to basically enable us to have a huge amount of extra life constantly. So that actually might be really strong for us. I was also thinking about using the minions. Like, I really think the minions could be powerful. We could also potentially take the curses off our bar. As an example. So let's do like... Let's get this set up here. So Blood Wave. We want... Decompose there. I mean, what else would we put on our bar, though? That's the question. I feel like we're in a situation where we really don't have a lot of buttons to press anyway, and so pressing an extra curse button isn't really the biggest deal for us. Oops. And we got Raise Skeleton, and then you, and then we get Decrepify. So that pretty much sets that up. Let's go with the Critically Strike. Multiplier, I think that's going to be really powerful with their 100% crit. And then we'll go with the Cold Mages add Vulnerable. And I like having the free corpses. The free corpses are nice. That pretty much covers most of the stuff. As for the other rune sets, probably just end up throwing those in the body armor. Honestly, I kind of like the idea of potentially grabbing the wolves and having a way for the wolves to come in. Just adding one more summon into the mix. So, like, using the Sarune to grab spirit wolves, and then potentially getting... Not entirely sure what we would use to summon them with. I mean, we're already using the Nagu rune. Pak now. I mean, cooldowns. We got lots of cooldowns. Casting an ultimate skill. Of course. I'm stupid. I'm not a very smart individual. Of course, we're going to be spamming Blood Wave, so that makes perfect sense. In fact, it might even be better just to take, like... Now that I think about it... I mean, that'll be fine, because then we get more life. I'm pretty sure that the way that they set it up was now is it gives you more life the more you overflow into it. The wolves, we're going to have tons of the wolves, so we should be fine with that. That gives us a huge army. We're going to have the frog. We're going to have the firebat servants. With the vengeful spirit. We got the wolves, which I don't know how many wolves that'll be. I think it goes up to like 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever. And we also have, of course, our entire army as well. So we've got the golem, we've got the skeletons, we've got the mages. So like not even counting like the individual units in each pack, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different types of minions that are going to be on the battlefield at any given time. So that should be pretty powerful. And then from there, we got the special new gems, which we're going to be using. So I did write down some of those. Phantom String was one that we were interested in. Phantom String is the one that deals 15% more overpowered damage to hexed enemies. Oh yeah, that's right. We were going to check and see what kind of hexes we could be applying. Hexes. I totally forgot about the hexes. Oh. Hex. What hexes do we got? Hex of Flame. A lucky hit, you have up to a 60% chance to apply Hex of Flames. Hex of Flames deals X additional fire damage each time you deal damage to a target. Hex of Flames explodes, dealing damage to all nearby enemies when you land a critical strike. That seems powerful. Hex of Shattering. Damage done by your witchcraft effects afflicts enemies with Hex of Shattering, causing them to deal 20% reduced damage for 5 seconds. At rank 8, when any Hex effect is applied to Headrotten, all damage will be guaranteed at critical strikes for 5 seconds. Hex of Whispers. Dealing damage to enemy effects inflicts them with Hex of Whispers that deals shadow damage the next time damage is dealt. Afterward, Hex of Whispers will jump to an enemy up to a maximum of 6 times. Hex of Whispers may only be applied once every 5 seconds. Hex of Specialization. Increases the potency of your Hex effects by 29%. So Hex of Flames sounds like the one that we would want, because it's just a lucky hit to apply Hex of Flames. And it also explodes whenever you critically strike, which sounds insane. So Hex of Flames probably goes in there. That allows us to utilize Phantom String, which is going to get us our overpower damage. Is there anything else in here that has overpower on it? Zan. No, that's not really what we're looking for. Okay, so let's take a look at the occult gems. In fact, we could probably just type in occult. No, that didn't work. Can we... Invocation? Rune? No, you can't filter by occult gems. They don't have the filter for it. Doobity doobity poobity. Alright, what was the other one that I was interested in? It was, I believe it was the one that had to do with ultimate. Voice of the Stars, that's it. When you have an active aura, your ultimate skills gain each grimoire tag and deal 10% more damage. So that's what we want. And then the last one, we can take a look through them and see what we can find. The Witching Hour. While you have 3 or more Eldritch Witch powers slotted, every 1 second the next core skill you cast gains the Eldritch tag. Your non-unique Eldritch powers gain 25% potency. That's really powerful. Eldritch is the Firebat Servants, the Hex of Flames, and that's it. Okay. While you have an active aura, you deal damage over time faster. Meh. Toadling's Wish. Your non-unique growth and decay witch powers gain 35% potency. So this one's probably the one we choose because grow is in the growth and decay section. The toad is also in the growth and decay text section, and grow is probably one of the biggest bonuses that we're going to get to our minions. So I think that one pretty much sealed the deal there. Summons. Your summons deal 15% more direct damage to hexed elites. Hexed elites. You deal 15%. That's the Phantom String. We already got that one. For each rank in your slotted unique witchcraft power, you gain 3% damage reduction and 5% maximum resistance to all elements. While you have 3 or more Psych Witch power slotted, your defensive, macabre, and trap skills, 20% cooldown reduction. While you have 3 more Eldritch Witch Power slotted, gain 25% movement speed and 15% critical strike chance. While you have an aura active, pull all enemies towards you every 8 seconds. Your non-unique Psyche Witch Powers gain 25% potency. While you have 3 or more Growth and Decay power slotted, you gain 10% primary stat and 10% maximum life, and you are always unhindered. Oh, wow, that's amazing. Huh. Do we have 3 Growth and Decay power slotted? Friend of the Bog. For each of the auras and hexes an enemy is afflicted by, they take 2.5% increased damage from you. So what are we running? We're running a Psyche, Growth and Decay, Eldritch, and a Growth and Decay. So the aura one could be changed. There is an aura growth and decay. So if we switch to the aura of siphoning, that would give us 3 growth and decay powers, which would allow us to take advantage of that. I don't know if the 35% potency is better. The 35% potency would give us more damage to our minions. Doesn't affect the critical strike chance. It would also give us more poison damage and... Now, see, I think the maximum life is probably better. So, like, the one that was giving us, if we have 3 or more growth and decay powers, we get, like, maximum life and maximum primary stat. Primary stat's going to give damage to all of our minions anyway. So, Friend of the Bog is probably the better play there. Okay. So we got this sorted out, and then the rest of our gear is pretty much always going to be intelligence. Intelligence. I don't know why they only have the base gems in here. It's weird. And that pretty much does that. I can redo this skill tree for the 17th time. Every single one of them. Won't let you select one without frickin' choosing a doojack before you leave. I kind of want to choose a doojack. Why do I always gotta choose a doojack? Alright, we want blood gets blood first. I'm just gonna shove whatever in the holes. Shove them in the holes, boys. Man, this thing sucks. I like my other build guide planner better. This one doesn't let me, like, auto path to stuff. Where's the auto path option? Ooh. This one feels terrible. Doesn't even click half the time. Alright, we go up. Beep, beep. Come on, beep, beep, beep. It keeps moving the panel instead of actually, like, clicking the buttons like it needs to click the buttons. Alright, so, did I choose the wrong one?
Blood begets blood. Yeah, I got blood begets blood. Okay, so we want bloodbath. We're definitely moving up here. Pop over here, grab this bad boy. We want cult leader. We definitely want cult leader. That one's just too powerful to pass up. We also definitely want Flesh Eater and Frailty. I think Frailty's better than Flesh Eater, but... Okay, so that gives us the beginning of the board. We want all the overpower damage. Yes, please. We're going to grab the fortification damage reduction. Yes, please. We're definitely going to come down here and grab this node. Last one is going to be Flesh Eater. We want all that because we got damage roll fortified there, which is big for us. We're definitely grabbing everything here as well. We want all the overpower and fortification damage that we can get our hands on, since our build is going to be scaling based on fortification damage. We're going to be using Undaunted somewhere. I'm not exactly sure the optimal placement for it yet, but we'll figure it out. Minion armor and minion life we don't really care about. Skeletal warrior damage, skeletal mage damage. I mean, no, neither one of them are like super duper important, but we'll take them. A lot of the times when you start getting your Paragon points really high, you end up with nothing to spend them on anyway, so... Damage reduction for your minions. Okay. What is this? Shadow damage over time? We don't care about that. Damage for crowd controlled enemies. Vulnerable damage. What we got here? Shadow resistance and resistance to all elements. This is a terrible board for us. There's like nothing on this board. Attack speed? That's the only thing I'm saying. Yeah, we definitely would like attack speed and maximum life. Those are nice. I ain't gonna complain about that. We don't need damage to crowd controlled enemies either, really, but we'll figure that out as we go along. A lot of this can be not really important. Like, you don't have to take every single one of these. Maximum life. Corpse attack speed. At this point, it's pretty much optimizing the glyphs. So let's figure out exactly what glyphs we want in this build. One thing for sure is we want the Undaunted glyph, which the Undaunted glyph is a willpower one. So we need a board that has extremely high willpower to get the most out of the Undaunted glyph. Not exactly sure how much willpower is within the range of every single one of these. Let's do this. Alright, so we've got 69 willpower, 54, 59, 64, 69. Frailty has 79 willpower. That's the highest willpower out of all the boards. Is the Frailty board. So that pretty much just puts our Undaunted here. That's where it needs to be. And then we need to grab all the willpower nodes within range. Says it at the top of the board? Where does it say it? Oh, I see. Right there. Nice. Okay, good. I didn't see it there. I haven't used this build planner a lot. I don't particularly like this build planner, but I got no choice, so. Especially since my build planner's lagging up and crashing on me. Alright, is that all the willpower within range? Yep, 69 willpower. Okay. Next. Healthy. And we need things that have healthy. Is there anything that has damage while healthy? Imbiber. Increased damage while healthy. So yes, this is exactly what we need. This is another willpower. How unfortunate. 64, 59, 54, 64. So this one is 69. That's our second highest. So Imbiber would go here. And again, we're going to pick all the willpower nodes. Yep, alright. Those are our two main multipliers, so we want as much of that as we can get. What do we have next? Let's search the board here. So I would... This one right here definitely needs a magic node increase. So something that increases the magic nodes. We got damage while fortified, damage while fortified, damage while fortified. We also have overpower, overpower, and overpower. So what we need here is something that increases all magic nodes and gives us a huge bonus to the magic nodes in the process. So like magic node. Okay, so we've only got 4 total. We've got corporeal, which is you and your minions deal 10% times increased physical damage. And you gain 1% movement speed for each active minion. I like that. Physical damage is what we're doing. Blood damage is physical damage, so that could be a definitely strong one. Amplify also is a strong one there. I like movement speed though. That's also nice. They're both the same amount of percent magic, so yeah. So we'll just go with Amplify. That works fine. So we throw Amplify here. This gives us a huge bonus to our damage while fortified, which is huge. We only need a small amount of intelligence to activate this thing. We don't need willpower nodes. What the hell is going on here? Trying to min-max this board a little bit. I'm so confused. they make this thing more complicated by adding all the green things and like it's just I just want to see whether or not I've clicked it. I don't like. Okay, so that's what it looks like with the green thing over it when you clicked it. Yeah, I guess we don't technically need this if we're going down this pathway. And we're already getting this node and this node right next to each other, so that just makes sense. Which means we have to choose that node right there. Willpower also affects overpower damage, I believe. Alright, this one... We got 20% damage and a 30% damage to elites. I mean, I guess... I mean, I don't know if I necessarily want the Blood Drinker one. I know I do want the Overpower one, which is Dominate. Dominate is also Willpower. We're gonna have like a really large amount of willpower on this frickin' character. Okay, so... The next highest willpower was... this ward. And I don't even know if we're going to be able to freaking do anything with this. Damage reduction to minions isn't necessarily required. Let's pull that. Grab the willpower nodes. Let's just do basic activation for now. There are ads on my shirt? Oh man, that's terrible. Let's throw some ads on the stream too. Why not? We'll do both. We get ads on the shirt and ads on the stream before I forget.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Fortification. We also want fortification. So, fortified. Rubs. I'm losing it. What? Rubs? So there is no other fortified damage bonus on the board for this. There's the one that's the minions. It's probably the one we want. It's the one that increases, yeah, it's corporeal. You and your minions deal 10 times increased physical damage. Yeah, we want corporeal. So let's grab corporeal. We throw this here. We just need some intelligence. And there you go. Bob's your uncle. We did it. And we still have 10 points remaining. There's plenty that we could skimp on. So I think this is pretty solid. Mercenary. What mercenaries did we go with? Probably... do like Subo, and then do like Varanya. And then we probably go with just attack speed bonuses. I like the attack speed bonuses. At Subo, I don't really care. Like, whatever. I think that's going to be my build for the season. You have lost connection.
Your butthole is itchy. Your butthole? Butthole? The butthole? The butthole. Alright. Next. I think this one's done. I mean, it could be tweaked. Obviously, I need to play around with it in live, which I can't do right now, but should be pretty darn powerful. Let's do another build. So, what is a standard build? What does that mean? Build planner, Barbarian. Yeah, we're gonna do a Barbarian next. Let's play around with this Barbarian. So we're gonna be using the new armor, which is the Mantle of Mountains Fury. This is the new armor. It's built around the whole aspect of Hammer of the Ancients. Also forms a seismic line that deals its damage and slows enemies hit by 60 to 80% for 4 seconds. Earthquakes it passes through explode for their total damage and are consumed. So this is going to be a whole thing with this particular character, is building earthquakes and causing them to explode. We're probably also going to be adding in the Bolcathos aspect on our pants. There's also an absolutely amazing new aspect. It's one of the earthquake aspects. It's the one that multiplies out our damage. It's called... Your earthquake damage is increased. Yeah, Executioner's aspect. Your earthquake damage is increased by 15% for every 100 strength you have. That's it's pretty impressive. And I don't believe that one gets multiplied by two-handers, so I think we can throw that onto a ring. Executioners. So we throw that on like a ring. Of earthquakes, it goes on our main hand. This one's really powerful. We want that one on the main hand. The ability to create earthquakes is super useful, so having as many earthquakes with this is great. So we're most likely going to want the Tech Rune, which is the ability to create earthquakes. That one doesn't have to be something like super special though, so like... trying to think what we would use for that one. We just want something that's going to happen constantly, that's all. Honestly, Lithrune works really well here, and then you have constant ones. Or you could use Neo. Neo also works. Either one of them would be good. Obviously, we're going to be using Hota. Hota is going to be a big part of this, so Hammers of the Ancients. We're going to be spamming some Hota. Spam-a-lam-a-ding-dong, Hota ping-pong. Call of the Ancients might actually be really powerful here. I was actually thinking about Call of the Ancients for this. So, the Call of the Ancients can be used to create more earthquakes. More, you know, like twisters, just more in general of everything. And also, they technically count for the summoning stuff now, which is also kind of interesting. And we could potentially go into some of the ultimate spamming things. This could also lead us in the direction of utilizing the pants, the ultimate pants for the Call of the Ancients, which are actually really freaking good, by the way. Either that or we go Wrath of the Berserker. Yes, the pants not only buff the earthquakes, but they also give you earthquakes. And they give you... So basically how the pants work is they change the way that Call of the Ancients works. And it essentially gives your broskies a bunch of crazy buffs. Let me see if I can pull up those pants real quick. The pants. I pull up the pants. Do they have the pants? They do not have the pants. Why do you not have the pants?
Ariat's Bearing. So ancients you summon are empowered. Korlik creates an earthquake that deals X physical damage over 4 seconds when he leaves. So your Korlik is now doing earthquakes. Then you also get Talik leaves behind Dust Devils that deal damage while he whirlwinds. And then Madoc ignites the ground, burning enemies for additional damage when he upheaves the ground. So the only one that's kind of wasted is Madoc. But essentially your ancients are now making earthquakes and causing twisters, which do lots of damage. And if you're built for earthquakes and you're scaling earthquakes, then the earthquakes that he's doing get scaled with your effects. It's just another way that you can add more earthquakes into the build. So it's not a terrible idea. In fact, it might actually be very, very powerful. So let's put those in there. We can always take the aspect of Bulkathos and throw that onto Helmet. I think Amulet maybe. It depends. Yeah. So let's put that in there. So let's put Call the Ancients on 4. I mean, basic ability could be anything you wanted it. It could be Lunging Strike, so you can bounce around for mobility. It actually is a really good mobility ability, so why not? Which leaves our 3 other skills up for grabs. I'm trying to remember what the other Earthquake abilities are. Earthquakes deal 60% increased damage, and their damage is converted into fire. After swapping weapons 8 times, you're not that one. So that's another interesting one. It does increase the damage of all of your earthquakes, but it also converts the damage of your earthquakes into fire. Which means you're going to lose out on physical bonus multipliers. Ah, 60% increase is a lot, though. That is a lot. Especially if you throw that on a two-hander. That suddenly becomes 120%, which is pretty amazing. I think also the play here for the helmet is most likely the fire helmet, the ugly bastard helmet. It's kind of ridiculous. Only problem is it's kind of built around Wrath of the Berserker, so I'm not entirely sure if that's the right way to go. What are our other helmet options? Andarel's Visage is just attack speed and poisoning. Nothing too fancy. Crown of Lucian is about spending resource, which we will be spending resource with Hota. So that is a thing. We are going to be spending. Not entirely sure. I feel like what we probably do is we probably go Bulkathos here. Because we're using the pants. So if we go this direction, I think we go Bulkathos on the helmet. I think that's the play. And then we need some sort of resource, like Restore for our ring slot. I mean, Hota is a core skill, so we could potentially just go for Ring of the Starless. Ring of the Starless, I think, is a really good option. After spending 100 Fury within 3 seconds, your next cast of Hammer of the Ancients, Upheaval, or Death Blow within 5 seconds is guaranteed critical strike and deals 80% times critical strike damage bonus. See, it's not about Hota so much as it's about spamming Hota to get the explosions and building the earthquakes. So I think Ring of the Starless is a good play there. The offensive aspects I'm trying to think here. We still got an amulet slot left, too. Boom, 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 boom. Hammer of the Ancients quakes outward for X increased damage, and the bonus is doubled against bosses. How the quake outward from Hammer of the Ancients probably triggers. Actually, no, because we get the fissures that come out. That's right, the seismic lines come out from Hammer of the Ancients, and that's what causes the earthquakes to explode. So we don't necessarily need Hammer of the Ancients to quake outwards. Yeah, I forgot. I wonder if Ancestral Echoes would be good here. Damaging enemies with Leap, Upheaval, or Whirlwind. Because, I mean, we're probably going to have Leap on the bar. But... I mean, we could grab Anger Management to keep ourselves always in Berserk, which I think a lot of people are doing these days. Anger Management is pretty good. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep our Fury up, though. So, that is an issue. That is an issue. This song is giving me anxiety. What the hell is going on with this song? God, it calmed down. Thank you. I think it must have heard me. Trying to think here for the earthquakes. There's this one too, which that one doesn't really help us. Earthquakes. We also got the Twister ones, which we could potentially build into. So the Twister and the earthquakes are kind of tied together, and or is it that they're called Dust Devils? My bad. Dust Devils. After generating 100 Fury, your next direct damage, Whirlwind, Double Swing, bunch of poopies as far as I'm concerned. I don't know why I put this in the pants. It needs to go in this one. On the Barbarian, you don't put the runes in the armor pieces because that's just wasted damage. You always put strength gems in your armor pieces on the Barbarian because you got room to spare on your weapons. The gems aren't really the greatest on the weapons anyway, so... trying to think, like, unique-wise. Nothing really unique-wise, I think, that would work for this build. No. I'm trying to think based off my knowledge, but they added a bunch of aspects too. And I'm thinking there might be something in here better than what I'm thinking of. No. We might want that one that actually makes it so that we can spam Hota. I think it's called Slaking Aspect. Yeah, that's it. You have up to a 65% chance to gain 20 Fury when a core skill derails direct damage to at least one bleeding enemy. Your maximum Fury is increased by 25. This one could potentially fix our resource issues if we go that direction. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe we could move the Executioner's aspect. I think we can move that to the gloves, right? Yes. And then we could put Slaking here. Slaking is really good for getting your resource back. That'll help out tremendously. It'll make it so that we can pretty much take most of the resource costs of Hammer of the Ancients and just kind of like just cut it down to nothing. Hammer of the Ancients only costs 35, and Slaking will give us back 20 essentially every single time it procs on a 65% proc chance, or 65% lucky hit chance, which should work pretty darn well. We do need to bleed enemies though to make it work, because Slaking does require that the enemies are bleeding. Which shouldn't be too difficult. There's a couple different ways we could add bleeding into the build. We could do Berserk Ripping, for instance, or we could do a couple different things. We could choose the tech, the two-handed tech, which allows us to add bleeds to our attacks. There's a lot of different options. Limitless Rage. I think a generic multiplier is what we're looking for, and what we need is something that also applies to earthquakes. So I think something like Conceited is probably the way to go. And then for these weapons, I'm pretty sure that we would go for probably critical strike damage. I don't think overpower damage is the play. Maybe vulnerable. Vulnerable or critical strike, one or the other. It's just 2 gems. It's not really that big of a deal. How does it not work half the time? It's showing me the ritual runes for the invocation runes. It's stupid. I don't want the ritual runes, I want the invocation runes. I'm trying to think what we would want for this. A pull-in would be really nice if we don't have a pull-in on our own. Honestly, the pull-in is amazing. We kind of do want the pull-in, actually, because we're going to want to get the monsters in close to us. We could also use Quet to have just a barrier constantly applying to ourselves. There's also that. We've already got the tech rune going. I say we go for the pull-in. That's my bet. The pull-in is going to make it really easy for us to get our job done. And we can add plenty of things in for the pull-in. Could do Lith. Honestly, Lith works really well. And then we need witch powers. Totally even forgot about the witch powers. Vengeful Spirit seems fun. Alright, so for these, we probably go with things that like Curse, increase our damage. Things that apply to the enemy should also apply to the earthquakes. So, I mean, that is a potential there. So things like hexes or auras could potentially help our damage output, maybe. Twilight Warding. Every 5 seconds, gain a barrier for 5 seconds, absorbing damage. Wave of Woe. Hex of Shattering. Damage done to your witchcraft if shattering causes them to deal reduced damage. Huh. We're not really doing damage over time, so that's not really what we're looking for. Dealing damage to apply or applying a crowd control effect with any witchcraft effects increases your attack speed by 14.9% for 10 seconds, stacking once per unique witchcraft effect. Okay, that's actually really nice. Breath of the Lost, Breath of the Coven. That's amazing. So every single time any of our witchcraft effects deal damage or apply crowd control, we get increased attack speed. That sounds insane. This one would probably help us a lot to keep our resources up, the Aura of Lament. I think that one's not bad. Hex of Flames seems really good too. I took that on the other character as well. Actually really like the way that one looks. I was thinking about the Aura of Siphoning too. Doesn't say direct damage, does it? No, it doesn't. So I think Aura of Siphoning probably works as well. We got 2 auras running. Aura of Lament and Aura of Siphoning. Just run like all the auras. Every aura. It was pretty great and I missed it. I can watch it later. I thought his inauguration was tomorrow. Or am I, like, misremembering? Isn't it tomorrow? I think the Twilight Warding Barrier seems really neat, too. Alright, so that pretty much does it for that part of it. Let's go to the skill tree. That was his victory rally, okay. Well, that takes care of our bleeding. And we go to the Hota. To the Hota. Hota. Probably going 5 into Hota. I mean, I don't see any reason why not. We're not really set up for Overpower, so I'm not really sure about Warpath. This just seems like a no-brainer. Gives us more damage every time we hit with a basic. Maximum life and damage reduction against elites is always nice. Most likely going with Iron Skin. I love Iron Skin. Iron Skin's beautiful. There's nothing wrong with Iron Skin. Iron Skin's amazing. It's an amazing ability. We could also potentially use this right here just to get some free bleeding. We definitely want Leap because Leap is going to give us obviously more Earthquakes, which we want. We can also use Power Leap to get ourselves Fury back, which is really good. We're going to be using Berserking, so damage reduction while Berserking is definitely good. And we could also get the Berserking Fury generation itself is not bad. We of course also want re-encounter offensive. And 3 in defensive stance. Those are amazing. If we're going to go with the Ancients, we're obviously going to go full into the Ancients. Your ultimate skills, Earthquakes and Dust Devils, deal 15% more damage. That's exactly what we want. This will be a way that we can heal ourselves. That's actually really nice. Not entirely sure about going with these, but we got extra points, so we probably will. We want something generic, which is going to give us more damage overall, so it's probably going to be unconstrained. I don't really see why we wouldn't go with unconstrained, because we need something that's going to give us a generic bonus across the board, not just simply a bonus to like specific skills, because the Earthquakes are weird, you know what I mean? They're not like technically skills. They're like in addendum things. They're not really the same. So we still got 10 more points. We could go with Wallop, which is really powerful. We still don't have another ability. Hold on, let's go back over to gear and skills. So we added Leap, right? We added Iron Skin, which Iron Skin is our defensive, which leaves one more ability that we could potentially add into the mix. I like Ground Stomp. Actually, yeah, Ground Stomp. What am I thinking? Of course we want Ground Stomp, because Ground Stomp is our main ability, which is going to apply Earthquakes. So we're going to be Ground Stomping all the time. Yeah, we're here. And that also allows us to reduce our ultimate skill. That's actually what we want. Yes, yes. If I remember correctly, this one reduces the cooldown. Yeah, so we pretty much just dump the rest of the points into that. That gets us our solid setup. So we're missing 2 aspects still. Let's take a look at the uniques real quick. So we've got Yens that'll automatically cast an ability on cooldown, which could potentially equal more Earthquakes. Whenever you cast this cooldown, you explode. Penitent Greaves are cold. Flicker Steps reduce our ultimate cooldown when we evade, which isn't terrible. These give Ground Stomp size. Yeah, I don't know about none of that. Let's just take a look at what we got. Assistance, audacity, concussive strikes, forward momentum. We got metamorphosis, which we could be good for just maintaining unstoppable constantly. Aspect of perpetual stomping might be a really good play, just simply because it would allow us to make infinite earthquakes. I think that's actually perfectly fine. I think we solved the bleeding issues. I don't think we have to worry about the bleeding issues, so maybe damage to vulnerable enemies is probably a good play there. We still need something for our amulet slot. Something good. I was actually thinking we move the conceited aspect to the amulet slot, honestly. Because conceited is a powerful bonus for the earthquakes, which is what this build is all about, is the earthquakes. Which leaves us with one more offensive slot, essentially. I mean, taking a look at the uniques, what do we got? We've got Azure Wrath, which is freezing things, which isn't terrible. Huge amounts of life. Romuladnes, which we can't use with this particular build, and does not multiply our damage. Shard of Erethiel doesn't multiply our damage. Third Strike could allow us to add in a weapon mastery skill, but we don't necessarily need that. Alright, let's take a look at what we got. Rupture, no. Core skill deals direct damage. Charge or leap damage. No, we don't really need that. Casting an ultimate skill increases your damage by 30% for 8 seconds. That one is probably what we get. Yeah, Vehement Brawler's aspect. Because we're going to be casting, we're going to be spam casting Call of the Ancients. So that works. That definitely works. Let's go to Paragon now. I think we're on Paragon. I'm just going to put whatever in the slots until we get to the part where we're actually building stuff. Okay, so as an Earthquake build, we're definitely going to be using the Earthquake node, which is your Earthquakes have 75% chance to spawn Dust Devils. Every second, they deal X damage. Earthquake damage is increased by 45% times of your damage versus close bonus up to a maximum of times 200%. So this is basically where we're going to get a lot of our Earthquake damage from. And that's definitely the first one that we're going to pick. Then we also can get a lot of really good things here, like we can grab buffs to the earthquakes. So you can see we get earthquake damage, physical damage, earthquake damage. This is all going to increase the damage that we're getting. Because the way that the unique item works is it says Hammer of the Ancients also forms a seismic line that deals its damage and slows enemies hit by 80% for 4 seconds. Earthquakes, it passes through, explode for their total damage, and are consumed. This means that if you have an earthquake that does 10,000 damage, it's going to do 10,000 damage. If it does 10 million damage, it's going to do 10 million damage. The whole thing is that the whole damage of the earthquake across its entire duration is going to explode on the target. So the more earthquake damage you get, the better that damage is going to be to a ludicrous degree, right? So let's, when you see things like earthquake damage or even physical damage, those are going to apply to your earthquakes, which is definitely what you want. There's also earthquake duration, which I'm not entirely sure if earthquake duration is going to affect this, but I think it does. My personal opinion, even though I haven't like gotten into the nitty-gritty of testing everything, is that because of the way that it's worded, because it says like the entire damage of the earthquake is going to count, then increasing the duration would mean that you would also increase the damage. So let me give you an example. Let's just say for a second that your earthquake does, I don't know, like 1,000 damage per second and it lasts for 10 seconds. That means that you're dishing out 10 that times 10, so 10,000 damage, right? Well, if I can make your earthquake last for 12 seconds instead, right? Then that means that 1,000 times 12, that means you're going to do 12,000 damage over the duration of the earthquake. Because of the way that the armor is worded, it makes it seem like earthquake duration is going to directly impact the damage that your earthquake does, and the longer your earthquake lasts, the more damage that you're going to pop on the target. So earthquake duration, definitely something that we want to take as well, specifically because it most likely is going to increase the overall damage of the explosions rather dramatically, from what I can imagine. Let's go ahead and grab this board. This is pretty much going to be like our main board anyway, so we're probably taking just about everything on this board. We've got damage versus close here, which we need that for the multiplier on the legendary node, so we're going to grab damage versus close. Do we want this as well? It does have resistances here. I do like resistances. Resistances are very nice. I do like those. I think we probably hop over here and grab these resistances on the way. We probably don't need the armor, but we could take it eventually. We're just going to throw anything here for the time being. It doesn't matter. Alright, so we've got our board set up, and we're going to take the boards that we need. So let's start with this side. Now, focusing on the earthquakes specifically, we need things that are going to affect the earthquakes. Decimator most likely will work. We don't need hemorrhage. Warbringer can definitely be useful to give us unlimited fortification. Trying to see here what really works out for us. I mean, attack speed works. Carnage, Decimator, I think both of those are powerful for what we're doing. Warbringer could be a way for us to get unlimited fortification, which isn't terrible. I'm trying to think whether or not we could actually utilize Weapons Master. I don't think we can. I mean, even if we utilize, like, two-handed sword for lunging strike. Yeah, Blood Rage. So Blood Rage, Decimator, Carnage. Man, let's just go ahead and grab Blood Rage there. Decimator. Carnage is attack speed. And that's not bad. Because the faster that we attack, the more earthquakes we can explode. Our goal should be to have as many earthquakes up as we can possibly get and explode them as fast as we possibly can. So that's not a terrible option. There's probably also damageable berserking nodes in there, which isn't bad. We're not using Flawless Technique because we're not using one-handed weapons. We don't care about hemorrhage. Bonebreaker could be interesting if we want a free overpower every 12 seconds. We're not really going down the overpower road, though. Not really going down the overpower road. Maximum fire resistance. Damage reduction from bleeding enemies. I like max fire resistance. When they started offering like maximum fire resistance, I was actually pretty excited about that. Let's just throw anything here for the time being. What do we got? Damage while berserking down there. So yeah, I'll probably head down this way, grab the damage while berserking. I'm thinking either Bonebreaker or Warbringer, and since I don't know if Bonebreaker is really going to do us very much good, so probably Warbringer for the Infinite Fury. I mean, Infinite Fortification. I do like Infinite Fortification. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with having Infinite Fortification. What's wrong with that? No. Is there anything wrong with that? Nothing wrong with that. Bunch of maximum fury nodes. I forgot there's so many maximum fury nodes in this place. I'd rather have that all resistances, to be perfectly honest. Barbarian does have a little bit of an issue getting resistances. That is an issue. Doesn't look like we have much of a choice, though. We're going to have to take one or the other maximum fury sections because we don't really get a skip around. Alright. Now, the first and most important one, I know we haven't spent all our points. That's fine. The first and most important one is the Earthquake node. We need the Earthquake node. We also want the Dust Devil node, too. So, Rumble is strength. So, the highest strength board is 100, 110, 115. So, it's this one. This is the highest strength board. So we're basically just going to pull all the strength nodes in this particular place. Our main damage is based off of this. There's absolutely no reason not to cap off what our main damage is based off of. And yes, that's pretty much the gist of that. And so that ends up being all 115 strength into our Earthquake node, which is going to give us a massive amount of Earthquake damage. Then we also want the other node, which is the Dust Devil node, which is Twister. Twister, I don't think we necessarily care about the Dust Devil damage, but what we want is the you deal 13% times increased damage for 4 seconds after creating a Dust Devil, which basically gives us a huge multiplier. That can go just about anywhere for the most part. I could throw that on the main board. It doesn't really matter. We definitely can throw in extra strength as required or as needed. Like it's something that we can definitely mess around with. And if we feel like we can throw a bunch of strength at it, we can throw a bunch of strength at it. It's a really powerful one though that we're definitely going to want to use. Then we need more generic ones that will enhance the Earthquake. Not ones that apply to skills, but we need things that apply just like generalized damage. Trying to think here. I think Challenger ends up being one of the stronger ones because we can get huge amounts of strength through Challenger. So I think we go that direction, and we can put Challenger right here. Challenger just, again, stacking strength. You're just literally just grabbing every strength node within range. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Alright, so we've got Rumble there, we've got Challenger here, we've got Twister there. Blood Feeder is wrong, so we need something else there. Oh, we also have to fill out this board. We didn't even fill out 2 of the boards. Look at us being lazy. Let's just put something random there. Doesn't matter. Trying to remember which one of these was actually worth grabbing. I mean, they're max life nodes, which is something, I guess. Alright, we need close damage. So territorial. Wasn't even thinking. Territorial, definitely. Territorial is a dex-based node. 54, 59. This is the best one for territorial. Okay. So territorial comes over here. And we need to activate you. $25. Okay, you're activated. What else do we need? There is a physical damage one in here, I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong? Man, the search on this one sucks. I mean, we could go with Ire for berserking damage. Which I think would also help. I mean, Ire's not a terrible choice. Make sure it's activated. And then, last but not least... I think Exploit would probably work, but we don't really have a lot of... I think we might be looking at Exploit for our last one. I think that's pretty much where we're at. And that throws us into the Dexterity chant. Alright. Now, damage from close is a multiplier for us, so we actually want to cap this if we can. And Ire also gives us a multiplier on our damage, so we could potentially add more here wherever we're capable, and that pretty much caps us out. I think this build is already pretty much done. Mercenaries, I like to go with Piranha for the attack speed, unless you need some survivability. Adding the additional attack speed is nice. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, if you guys are looking to do the Earthquake Hota build, here you go. I think this is a pretty good start. I mean, obviously there's some refinements that can be made once the season goes live, but there's absolutely no reason why that build won't smack the ever-loving crap out of the game. I've actually tested this already on live. Oh yeah, there's a... Dang it. I can't... Can I not, like, update it? I totally forgot to pick gems. For the occult gems. I forgot to pick the occult gems. Let's see here. Let's try Voice of the Stars. I think that's a good one for this build, since we are spamming an ultimate. I think the, I think Moonlight Ward looks really powerful. %5 movement speed is nice. Do we have 3 Eldritch? Psyche, Growth, Eldritch. We only have 1 Eldritch. Unfortunate. I think Friend of the Bog is really powerful. And I think you definitely want that one on a lot of your builds. That one does require, however, that you have 3 or more growth and decay power slotted. So we have 1 growth and decay power. I think we might want to rework some of these specifically for that purpose. So we don't need 2 auras, even though it would be nice. We don't need 2 auras, so we can swap this for another growth and decay power. Let's see here. We don't need the grow. Actually, the grow one would apply to our minions, actually. Making... Oh, wow. I actually didn't even think about that. Because technically, the Call of the Ancients are summons. They are minions. So every time we use our ultimate, Corlic, Talic, and Madoc will get supersized. That actually works out really well. So that's 2. We just need 1 more. We don't necessarily need Twilight Warding. Let's see what other growth and decay powers there are. We could get the Frog Servants. Soul Harvest. Feed upon the life force of nearby enemies whenever you use a skill with a cooldown. Increasing your primary stat by 3% per monster for 15 seconds. Soul Harvest does not lose duration so long as enemies are nearby. Primary stat bonus. Oh yeah, baby. This one also has a primary stat bonus. So we're going to get 10% primary stat here, and we're also going to get another 3% primary stat per monster for 15 seconds here. That's insane. That'll increase our earthquake damage massively, since our earthquake damage scales very well based on primary stat. So that's beautiful. Dash save changes. Save the changes. I don't know about the ultimate powers. Hmm. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We're done. Yep, done. Alright, so what build do we want to work on next? What the build do we work on the next? We're gonna do the next build. Earthquake, Hota, Call of the Ancients, Iron Maelstrom, Rain of Arrows, Shadow Clone. So I've got a couple of these builds already set up. And I'd like to just copy them over. I mean, this one's already set up. And, I mean, it's technically done. I just need to copy it, make a couple changes. I'm pretty sure that keeping it almost exactly as is on my current Season 6 version is probably the best way to go. Toxic Skin build, also very similarly, is pretty much going to be identical to the Season 6 version. I mean, with the exception of not utilizing some of the more broken stuff that was in Season 6. The Focus build is brand new, utilizing that new weapon. I haven't really decided what direction I wanted to go with that one, though. That's utilizing this new weapon, which is pretty cool. It's pretty neat. It's called the Sustained War Crozier. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades, and they increase the damage of your potency skills by 20% for 8 seconds, up to 200%. The really cool thing about this is you can basically use all of the focus skills, and you can get them really high. Like, I played around with this on the test server, and you could make all the focus skills so ridiculous. Let me give you guys an idea. So, these are the focus skills right here. We have access to Vortex. You can do Soar, you can do Ravager, and you can also do Toxic Skin. Toxic Skin, you can do an entire build around. Pretty much everybody uses Ravager. Soar and Vortex can have builds done around them as well. Now, the interesting thing here is that you can get so many plus the skills for focus skills that these little focus skills are all going to be like absolutely insane. So what kind of plus the skills can you get? Here, I'll give you an idea. So first off, this weapon has ranks to focus skills. I believe it goes up to like 8, if I remember correctly. So you can get like plus 8 from focus skills just on the weapon. You can also get like an additional 5 on the boots if you have a nice pair of focus skill boots. That's already a really high amount. You can also grab your helmet, the Harlequin Crest, which will give you plus 4. So you're already looking at, just on the basic here, you're looking at 5 from the boots and like 8 from the weapon, and then you can get like an additional 4 from the helmet, and then of course you can have the original 5 ranks that you can invest in them to yourself. Cody's reverse sneezing. It sounds awful. Cody, come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Hey. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I can fix it. Look, see, we just do this. And then, yeah, there you go. See, that fixes it. No more reverse sneezy sneezes. Does that feel better? Yeah? You alright? Not gonna die? Why you smell like somebody's old foot chew? Alright, hold on. It's not done. Okay, hold on. There you go. The reverse sneeze monster. I don't know. Here, let's try the other nostrum. Maybe that help. We do the other nostrums. Damn. Is that better, Mr. Reverse Sneezo? Does that feel better? Are we done? Mr. Reverse Knees boy? Would you like a beef 'em stick? Would that make you feel better about your... Don't reverse knees or you don't get a beef 'em stick. You want this beef 'em stick? I said, yes, I do. That's the beef 'em stick for me, please. There you go. Sorry about your horrible reverse knees ordeal. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Monster dog. That's the monster dog for you. You want to come up here and say hello to everybody, monster dog? Come on. Come on, monster dog. I'll give you Tums. You want? These are not treats for dogs. Cody, you want a Tums? Cody, come here. I'll give you Tums. Okay, you want Tums? Want Tums for your tummy? You want tummies? You want Tums? Come on. Come on, tummy boy. He said, I don't know. Those things taste like chalk. Says, no thank you. Sneezy boy. Anyway, you can see you can get massive amounts of focus skills. And that's not even like the end of what you can get, because you can also get focus skills on your chest piece, if I remember correctly, or something. Depends on the piece of equipment. Oh yeah, oh that's right. There's a ring. Like for instance, Wound Drinker gives you like massive amounts of ranks to toxic skin. And so you can easily get like another +5, which will bring you up to like 27 toxic skin. It's like dumb stupid. I don't know. I don't know what I want to Theorycraft next. Anybody got any ideas? What you guys want to Theorycraft? My Super Firebolt build, or the Sorc Firebolt build, probably would be really fun this season with the new enchantment change. Additional firebolts just shooting out all over the place. Sounds absolutely nuts. They the change for that is in the patch notes. Here, yeah, here we go. Boop. Oh, come on. There's more than that in there. Poopity doopities. Where is it? Enchantment. Firebolt enchantment. Previous. So I knew one. Dealing burning damage has a 10% chance to heal you for 4% of your maximum life. Unleash a firebolt at a nearby enemy. So like random firebolts just being unleashed at nearby enemies. They showed this on the thing, and it was pretty cool looking. And I was kind of interested in that from a standpoint of like the old Flame Weavers, which were really fun in one particular season. So like going back to the Sorceress, if you utilize the Flame Weaver gloves, which could be really interesting, by the way, is utilizing the Flame Weaver gloves, which casting a fireball through your firewall causes it to split into 3 bolts, each dealing 100% more damage. Throw this in there, right? With the new enchantment, so you put the new Firebolt enchantment in there, which allows you to like hit additional targets with your firebolts. So it just launches an additional firebolt at other enemies. And then utilizing things like, obviously, like Moonrise for the amulet, adaptability for the ring slots. I'm not really sure what you would do for your weapon. I mean, none of these are like particularly amazing for Firebolt builds. There's oh yeah, that's right, Shard of Erethiel got added. I forgot about that. Yeah, so Shard of Erethiel would be like excellent for this particular build, increasing the damage of your basic skill even more. And then for your offhands, none of the lightning damage ones are really all that important.
Burning. Aspect of conflagration. Aspect of engulfing flames.
Gonna need some way to restore resource with the Shard of Erethiel in play. That definitely makes things interesting. Non-physical damage. You got some non-physical damage. I mean, Talrash's is still very powerful, but it also... I forget, Potent Warding is, that's the one that gives you, like, resistances and stuff, right? Yeah, that's the one that gives you resistances. Let's take a look at just the resource aspects, and let's see what we're looking at. Because we're most likely going to need a resource aspect. Casting Pyromancy, Shock, or Frost skills increases your mana regeneration by 25% for 5 seconds, once per element, at a maximum stacks. Total bonus is increased by 150% for 10 seconds, but all stacks expire after the duration. Man, that's not bad. Lucky hit, damage from your Pyromancy skills has up to a 27% chance to restore 10 mana. That could definitely work. Starlight Aspect could also work here since we're spamming an ability that's apparently healing us. Not sure if Starlight Aspect still works very well though anymore. I think we're probably looking at the Pyromancy one, the Incendiary Aspect. And we're definitely a fire build, so should be fun. I mean, there's a lot of fire stuff in here. I feel like, though, honestly, this one that gives you, what is it, 10% to your maximum stat is just kind of ridiculous. And I don't really know how you beat that. When you have an aura active, you deal damage over time 50% faster. This is a DOT build. So there is that. I mean, Friend of the Bog is kind of amazing. That's kind of ridiculous. And there's also that one that's a growth and decay power that literally gives you even more. It's Soul Harvest. Soul Harvest also looks nice. mean, we need 3 growth and decay powers to take advantage of that. There's the witchcraft effects deal 39% of the damage dealt over 5 seconds. The damage type based on your class, but your damage over time effects exceed 85% of the target's life, they immediately die. It's interesting. And that's also growth and decay, so that feeds into what we're trying to do. We can get a frog. Do you guys want a frog? I'm assuming also the unique power counts. Dealing any damage with your skills has a 15% chance to grow a flower from the ground. When an enemy is near, the flower deals X poison damage to the enemy over 5 seconds. If an ally is near, the flower heals them for 9.9% maximum life. The flower withers away after use. A flower may grow once every 2 seconds per enemy. It's weird. I don't know about that one. The Doom Orb seems useful because it's fire damage, and we are a fire damage build, so maybe the Doom Orb could actually scale nicely with us. Hex of Whispers. Dealing damage an enemy afflicts them with Hex of Whispers. Dealing shadow damage, and the next damage afterwards, a Hex of Whispers will jump to another enemy. Up to a maximum of 6 times. Hex of Whispers may only be applied once every 5 seconds. I do like the fortification. It also apparently removes negative status effects and crowd controls from you. It's kind of interesting. The Poison Frog is a taunter. I think we go with the Poison Frog. He taunts and he pulls enemies in toward himself, which is actually kind of nice. Which leaves us open to pick whatever we want for the last 2. Let me type in damage over time. Or is it DOT? Oops. Well, don't tell me there's none, because I know I literally have one that affects damage over time. It's, yeah, oh, it's, okay, so it's damage dash over dash time. So there's only 1 damage over time. I mean, there's the other one that said that it, it's just not sorting properly, because I know for a fact there was the one that literally said faster. Oops. Bacon Soul. Lifelink, Hex Specialization, Hex of Flames, Grow, no, Force of Will, no. Firebat Servants are kind of neat. We're not really a summon character, but... Why am I completely missing this one? I know for a fact I saw it earlier. It said your damage over time effects are 50% faster or something along those lines. And now I can't find it 'cause I suck. And now I can't find it 'cause I suck. Suck, 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 suckity suck. Oh, suck, 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 suckity suck. 'Cause I can't read, I freaking suck. Suckity, 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 suck. Suckity suck. Attack speed would be really nice. Dealing damage or applying crowd control effects with any of your witch effects. I think honestly that one is absolutely amazing. That one is ridiculous, and I think that one's really nice. Hex of Shattering, Hex of Whispers, Hex Specialization. Man, I feel like my brain is broken or something. I could have sworn I saw that one in there that said it reduced the duration of damage over time effects. Or it made the damage over time effects tick twice as fast. Maybe it was a gem instead. Maybe, yeah, that's why. Maybe. Let's just try typing in time. Yeah. While you have an aura active, you deal damage over time 50% faster. I mean, that is an interesting one. I don't think we have an aura selected yet, do we? So we have to select an aura. Aura of Laments. Aura of Misfortune. I like the Aura of Misfortune. I think that one's going to be powerful. It also gives movement speed. I think this one's really powerful too, Moonlight Ward. I think everybody's going to like that one. Alright, so we got some of the character running now. Some of the character. Some of the character running at some of it. Number some. I think we do like Harlequin Crest. Honestly, not entirely sure here. I mean, Shroud is so powerful that it really kind of puts a lot of the other stuff to shame. So it might actually be the best one, just in general, for like pretty much every build. But take a look at the uniques real quick and see if any of the uniques catch my eye. No. I mean, Temerity is amazing for the barrier it creates, but you can get barrier on Sorceress from other things. Tybalt's Will. Eh. I mean, we've got options. Hectic is really nice because obviously we're going to be spamming a basic skill. So resetting all of our cooldowns is not terrible. I mean, armor might come into play too. Mind's Awakening seems kind of interesting. Pyromancy skills immobilize. Shock skills grant movement speed bonus. Frost skills grant barrier for 6% of maximum life. And you get all of the bonuses while enlightened, which might actually be the direction we go with this build. I don't know. The enlightened thing is kind of cool. Let's go with the basic skills give damage reduction, because that's amazing anyway. Jesus critical chance is really nice. It is not a terrible ability, that is for sure. Huh. Or we can go with a non-unique option. There's actually some pretty good options now for boots. Like lucky hit chance when you have a barrier, which is really nice. I actually really like that one. Coming in contact with your firewall grants you 30% movement speed. That's kind of nice. We're going to be spamming firewall. Yeah, I guess technically Hectic Aspect can go on boots, so there's no reason to waste the Hectic Aspect or the Pant boot slot, which is probably better for something else. I totally forgot about that. We can move that there. Yeah. 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 Alright, so we want intelligence. And then we need runes. Runes, 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 runes. Not sure what we go for. On a basic spammer, I mean... Let's take a look and see... I mean, bulwark. Rather than bulwark spam on ourselves is always nice. Nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. Certainly wouldn't be mad at that. We could throw invoke power from another class. And then we could utilize something else here, like... Not entirely sure. I mean, the way they enhanced Vex Rune is kind of nice. Maybe we just, instead of doing Zol, maybe we just take a different route. really sure what would work best for this character. Cast a non-channeled core skill. Doesn't work for us because we're not casting core skills. I mean, Neo works decently, but I don't know if it would be enough to get the Earthquake Earthen Bulwark firing off as much as I would like it to. Let's do Lith. Actually, let's change these. Let's do Lith here, and let's do Neo here. And then these are basic skill damage gems. I think if there's anything else I want to do besides what I normally do with this build. I don't really think there is. I mean, you can go with Fireball, which explodes for 50% of its damage when you kill an enemy, or you can go with Meteor, which is much more likely to go off all the time, even on bosses. So if you choose Meteor, it actually works quite well. Let's take a look at the skill tree. Let's build this out. So obviously we're going 5 into the Firebolts. And we're definitely going to do either Glinting Firebolt. We might actually want Flickering Firebolt with the Shard of Erethiel, because we're going to starve out on occasions. We don't want anything here, really. Casting skill grants resistances. Core skills do increased damage. No. Maximum mana. Meh. So most of that's poopies. I was actually thinking maybe of not going with the defensive skills. I don't know. There's such a really nice, and they beefed it up this season. The defensive skill thing. There's a right here, aspect of tenuous agility. Tenuous agility got changed from double to triple now. It's absolutely insane. I was actually just thinking about that. So tenuous destruction used to be deal 50% times increased damage while you have no active defensive skill on your bar. Now it's triple. So I don't know. Any changes that affect Sever builds of Necro? There was a couple Sever changes in the patch notes, if I remember correctly. They did quite a few changes. Sever now deals 85% of its damage along its path and slows enemies for 3 seconds, so they upped it a little bit and gave it a slow. Paranormal Sever, every third cast of Sever fears enemies now. Makes them vulnerable. Sever deals 2% increased damage for each minion you have upon cast. They definitely did some work on Sever. Huh. If we go with that one, then we can't have a defensive on the bar. Now, I've thought about this a couple times, and there are ways to have defensives on the bar without having defensives on the bar. Like, for instance, instead of going with Inferno, you can go with something like Deep Freeze, which Deep Freeze then functions as a defensive. Deep Freeze is actually a very strong defensive. It gives you a barrier. It also heals you, if I remember correctly. There's a couple different things that it does. So that's one way that you can have a defensive without having a, technically a defensive on the bar, which is an interesting way to play it. Lucky hit chance increase. Yes, please. We have to have Firewall to make this build work, and we might as well put 5 points in it. We're probably going to want to 5 rank it if we're going to use it as our defensive, so. Your Frost Shock and Pyromancy damage is increased by 1% for each skill you have equipped of that type. The bonus is doubled if all of your skills are the same element. Wait, what? So I could technically get 6% increased damage if all my skills are the same elements, or 3% damage if they're not. Bow, 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 bow. Not really sure which ultimate I want to go with. I mean, combustion is the play, like the early play before they fixed everything. They also changed combustion in the patch. I'm pretty sure they did anyway. We still got 20 points left, and we got more things on our skill bar. So, like for instance, we've got Firewall, we've got Firebolt. If we utilize Deep Freeze as our defensive, that's cool and all. But we still have 3 other abilities that we can potentially put on the bar. I mean, it kind of makes sense to utilize something like Primordial Binding. Actually, they pretty much nerfed that, didn't they? So summoning large amounts of monsters doesn't affect anything. I forgot about that. Yeep, 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 yeep. Oh yeah, that's right. Icy Veil. Increased duration of barriers. I totally forgot about that one. Very good one to take. Robatias. You deal 6% increased damage while a frost skill is on your action bar. Okay. I totally forgot they changed that one too. Deal 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. They changed that one as well. I forgot they changed a bunch of these, so they were more like generic. That still leaves me with 7 points. I can, of course... Didn't they make some, like, really ridiculous change to Ice Blades? I thought I remember that. Yeah, attack speed. Yeah, yeah. You and your ice blades gain 10% increased attack speed per active ice blade. Yeah, forgot about that one. That's a nice one. I like that one. There's a lot of little changes they made to the sorceress that could add up to a lot over time. Let's grab some damage reduction there. That would be nice. Alright, so what does that look like now? We've got... we've got ice blades for sure. Probably... Huh. Well, we are the poopies, aren't we? We are the poopies. We have none of that. We are do the poopies. I mean, familiar wouldn't be bad. We could throw familiar into the mix. I don't see any reason why not. It does burning. So we can take... what do we take from? What do we take? We need to take. 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 We need to take. I'm not entirely convinced that one is very good. Alright. And now we have the familiar on the list. And we're missing one, of course. I mean, we could probably throw like 1 point into Hydra or something. Like, it doesn't really matter. That last one is just for show anyway. We don't actually have 1 point in Hydra, but we could probably finagle that easily. Paragon. We did do the witch powers, right? Ready to finish those. Alright, reinforcement is actually Cursed Child. Oh wait, no. Unequip. Cursed Child goes here, and you actually grab the thing that increases damage over time. It's this one, Raging Havoc. And then we probably go with attack speed, just like we go with just about everybody. Attack speed's amazing. Yeah, Shaco will grab me Hydra if I pull that. Yeah, so that should be fine. Alright, now we need to burn things. We gotta do a burning. We gotta burn stuff. Alright, again, let's just pull random stuff until we get everything set up. Burning Instinct is obviously going to be like one of our major ones. What the hell am I doing? Man, this thing sucks. I keep clicking and it keeps unclicking stuff. Alright. They changed Frigid Fate up a little bit. You deal bonus damage to vulnerable enemies equal to 20% of the total amount of your bonus damage with cold up to a maximum of 60 times. I could have sworn they changed it in the patch notes. They changed a bunch of the sorceress stuff in the patch notes. Like Deep Freeze got some pretty interesting changes. Huh. Fundamental release is amazing. I remember that. Chinese polka music. Enchantment Master. Frigid Fate works really well with any build. Damage reduction while healthy. Alright, so then the next one we want is probably Enchantment Master. We also got Searing Heat. I mean, Searing Heat isn't really for our specific build, but it's there. And I figure we pretty much take it no matter what. Doesn't matter what we put there, just put something there. Figure it out a little bit. Alright, last board, probably Enchantment Master. Ceaseless Conduit is useless. Elemental Summoner is only good if we're building elemental builds. I don't really know if that actually makes any effect on us whatsoever. We don't really care about the damage our elemental summoners are doing. Enchantment Master, maybe Icefall only works against frozen enemies and bosses. And it's only against frost kills. Static Search. So it's pretty much just Enchantment Mastery. Armor, non-physical damage. We want non-physical damage. I mean, that armor over there is nice, so the maximum life over there is nice too. I definitely wouldn't turn it down. You know what? Okay. So now we have our board mildly set up. Now we need to figure out what nodes we want. So we need fire damage, of course. Burning damage is obviously important. We're also building into the nodes. So this one in particular is intelligence. Well, I'm sorry, our main node is intelligence then. So what's our highest intelligence board? 115. Okay. So we take the what is it called on this one? I can't remember. Is it always Challenger, or does it go by a different name on every single one? It goes by a different name on every single one. So this is the Eliminator. So on this particular board is the Eliminator. So we're going to be looking for intelligence on basically the entirety of this board. We want all the ints we can get. Gint. We want all the ints we can gint. Alright, so we're missing one node. Where's the one node we're missing? I don't see you. Oh, there you are. Okay. So we got 105, 15 intelligence. That's what we want. That gets us a huge amount of damage for the main node, which is this one, the Burning Instinct node. Then we can move on to some of the other stuff. So we're getting other multipliers based on non-physical damage. The Frost one should already be activated. Like, it should be activated already. I can't remember what that one's called. The Frigid Ice or whatever. Frigid Fate. That one should be activated already and at full power. Because we've already grabbed non-physical damage at basically all locations that we can grab it. Anything to do with basic skills. Let's type in fire. So we've got Elementalist and we've got Pyromaniac. There's actually two of them, yeah, I remember. Yeah, we want Pyromaniac. We just gotta make sure it's activated. That one's actually easy to activate. Okay, that one's done. There's another one that has to do with burning called Flame Feeder. We don't want that one. 2.5% increased damage per nearby burning enemy up to 25% times. Okay, so we do want that one. Okay, that one's activated. Flame Feeder's okay, but I don't think we have enough abilities to take advantage of it. It's a direct damage increase, not a... And it's also not burning damage, it's increased damage to burning enemies. Which, although technically will give us damage bonus. We just don't really have a lot of direct damage with this particular build, it's mostly burning. That's part of the problem. I mean, Flame Feeder might be okay. Let's see what other options we have before we dive into Flame Feeder. I mean, vulnerable. Yeah, we got non-physical nodes here. So, like, something that increases magic. Let's try typing in magic. Yeah, how about we just put Unleash here? Grab some ints. Call it a day. Eliminators there. This one needs to be something else entirely. Isn't there one? Yeah, we're not using defensive stuff. We're gonna need some damage reduction. Without any defensives, we're gonna need some damage reduction. So maybe we just go with some damage reduction mods. Like Undaunted would be really nice. Does she not get access to Undaunted? We got Reinforcement. You gain 15% damage reduction while you have active barrier. That one's not bad. Let's go with that one. Is it activated? It's not. Of course not. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, which leaves you, little buddy. Bow, 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 bow. What's up, Irene? Welcome back. Probably exploit. I think we just go with exploit. It's not exactly the best choice in the world, but it's a choice. And that pretty much covers us. Bow, 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 bow. Just got out of the city alive? That's terrible. I mean, that's great. That's great. I mean, that's great. All right. Well, that one's pretty much done. I do think there's a whole fun build around the shadow clone now, like the way they have the shadow clone fixed. You know, they've supposedly said they fixed the shadow clone, and the shadow clone is working properly now and actually copying your effects the way it's supposed to. Sounds like it could be really fun. It sounds like how I envisioned it when I first heard about the shadow clone to begin with. We're gonna have to do some more theory crafts, obviously, but I'm making some good progress. I'm actually, like, we could take the Necro, like, minion build, and we could turn it into, like, a full blood build, like, with the sack. It'd be pretty easy to do that. I was also kind of interested to try and create, like, a full Bone Storm build. So they had actually made Bone Storm kind of crazy now. So Bone Storm has this rank 5 critical strike damage bonus of 30%. So it basically scales with your critical strike damage bonus, so you can get like massive amounts of critical strike damage. And I was thinking about like just creating an entire character just around the general idea of having massive amounts of critical strike damage, obviously, and then utilizing Lidless Wall to get like massive numbers of Bone Storms, all, you know, proccing at the same time. It could be really powerful. I would imagine so. You could also technically convert it into a shadow skill if you wanted to, and push shadow damage, which is really interesting. Not shadow damage over time, but shadow damage, which is kind of neat. They also threw in attack speed on Bone Storm, and so it's not just critical strike chance, it's also attack speed now. So having your Bone Storm active 100% of the time would give you a huge amount of attack speed as well. That's kind of neat. A lot of these ultimate builds are pretty interesting. We might have to start diving into some of these ultimate builds. Obviously, with like a Necromancer build like this, if we were to try and set up a like Bone Storm build, I mean, at that point, if you're doing Bone Storm, Lidless Wall is just like a no-brainer for the build. It gives you free Bone Storm spawning all over the place, which is obviously going to multiply your damage dramatically. I also think that if you utilize Lidless Wall, that's great, but I think you also utilize the Golem, because the Golem also gets a Bone Storm around him when he spawns, and so basically you get another free, like, mobile Bone Storm at that point on your Golem. So you get one Bone Storm on you, you get one Bone Storm on your Golem, and then you get a bunch of random Bone Storms that are just going to be popping up all over the place from the Lidless Wall. And why, yes, if you sacrifice, you know, your minions, you do get one more Bone Storm that way, but that one's random, and the one that comes from the Golem is not random. It's actually, you know, on the Golem. So if the Golem is attacking something, you have a Bone Storm at his location no matter what. So I think that's probably the better route to go. The only downside of this, of Bone Storm scaling off of, you know, critical strike damage, is that you would be unable to use the, you know, god tier critical strike weapon, which is, of course, the Grandfather, that gives you 100% times critical strike damage. So you're a little bit, your hands are a little bit tied there, unfortunately. I wonder what kind of build you would roll with this, though. I mean, you could theoretically do a Bone Spirit build, which would be pretty powerful. I mean, there's a lot of potential options. For you to roll into with this. I mean, it doesn't work with Blood Wave, obviously, because it's an ultimate, so kind of goes the other direction. I got ads on my shirt. It's terrible. I know. I'm invisible, but the ads are not. Gotta close them out so they not so hot. I think this is the season of the Necro, boys. I think the Necro's got the season.
The reason for the season. There's so many potential fun builds here, and I'm trying my best to like envision them in my head and then put them on paper, but did you do the PTR? Yeah, I did the PTR. I did 2 full days. I leveled up a whole character like one day, and then I spent a decent amount of time playing, like, you know, like with all the cheat codes and stuff. I go to the restroom. I'll be right back. I get the pupus interruptus. The pupus interruptus.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Alright, I'm back. You know what? Let's do a build that I've been wanting to do for a while. Which is a trapper build. Based around the unique item. Scoundrel's Leather. So Scoundrel's Leather says, while you have energy from inner sight, your core skills have a 80% chance to spawn caltrops, poison traps, or death traps. Increases core skill damage by 20%. So the entire idea of this armor is you essentially are able to just like spam your traps. Now, the interesting thing here is we could potentially go with Death Trap and build around it, right? Since we have all this ultimate damage stuff going on, could be an interesting way to spam Death Trap, which also potentially spams, you know, obviously the ultimate skill, which gives us tons of damage output. We could go a couple different ways. I don't know. Let's play around with some stuff. I mean, we want something that we can hold down the button for, basically. Rapid fire is really easy to do that with. I mean, we could very easily just grab the improved rapid fire and literally just hold down the button on rapid fire. And of course, if we're gonna actually spam these abilities, we can throw points into them. What does that actually increase the damage? It does increase the damage, okay. %, critical strike chance in enemies inside your caltrops. Double this against vulnerable enemies. So we can go that way, so we can get the vulnerable increase. 3 in weapon mastery is always nice. Grab Dark Shroud. Dark Shroud's always nice. We go 5 into Poison Trap also, because we're going to be spamming Poison Traps. We're probably not going to go imbuements, but increasing poisoning damage, probably nice. Dealing poison damage increases your attack speed, that one's not bad either. They changed cold imbuements, I know for a fact they did. Can't remember what they did to it. Cold imbuement applies to 2 additional imbuable skills and reduces their energy cost by 35%. I don't know how the hell that even works. So we go with Death Trap, we grab Death Trap, slows all surrounding enemies, and we grab the enemies that resist Death Trap's pull, or again for 180% Death Trap damage. And we cap out Death Trap because we're going to be spamming it. We also go with Trap Mastery. Wow, why does exposure suck so bad? Lucky hit dealing damage to an enemy affected by a trap has up to a 40% chance to reduce the active cooldowns of your trap skills by 30%, drop a cluster of exploding stun grenades that deal 80% of total physical damage, and stun enemies for 1 second. I mean, I guess free stun grenades, that's pretty much what that offers me.
That doesn't seem very powerful. That does not seem great. Probably better with Victimize, to be perfectly honest. Victimize is amazing after all. We probably want Innervation. And probably Second Wind also, because we're going to be spending a lot of energy. And we still have 4 points. What do you know? Trick attacks seems nice. Dazing or stunning an enemy increases your critical strike chance by 2% and your damage by 2%. Your critical strike damage by 2%. We got the knockdown damage bonus. I don't want to throw 2 points there. Where's the... There's one that gives damage bonus to knockdown enemies, isn't there? Or did they change that? I think they changed that one, actually, now that I remember. I do like using a cooldown, increases your dodge chance by 4% for 8 seconds. Actually, really like that one. Makes you very hard to hit. You'll be a very hard to hit man. Alright, so we grab a puncture, and then we grab a rapid fire. We also grab our ultimate skill, which is already on the bar, right? Okay, so then we can grab poison trap, caltrops, and I'm missing one. Oh yeah, dark shroud. Dark shroud can actually go here, and then poison trap can go there. Which one has the shorter cooldown? Can't even remember. I think it's caltrops has the shorter cooldown. Power, the specialization has to match inner sight, so we have to use inner sight. There is no choice. There's no choice. Okay, so what we've done is we've created a situation where whenever we have unlimited energy from inner sight, our core skills have a 80% chance to spawn caltrops, poison trap, or death trap, and increases my core skill damage by 20%. So basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to just like spam our core skill as much as we possibly can to get inner sight to activate. Inner sight is attack marked enemies to fill up your inner sight gauge. When at full, gain unlimited energy and 25% critical strike chance for 4 seconds. If you look at the Scoundrel's Leathers, it also says that your trap and grenade skills are now also considered core skills. Inner sight duration, movement speed, while inner sight gauge is full, damage reduction from enemies affected by traps. I was pretty sure there was something else. Yeah, inner sight duration. That's the one that we're looking at there. So inner sight duration increases the duration of inner sight, makes it much more likely for it to stay active constantly, which means we have traps just like constantly flying everywhere. It's also, all of our traps are now core skills. So the interesting thing there is that we are in a situation where we can start beefing up our core skill damage. In fact, if we use something like bringing the Starless in the build, as an example, that gives plus to core skills, we can get a huge bonus to our core skills, which also gives us a huge bonus to all of our traps. So we're going to get core skill ranks from Ring of the Starless, and that's going to affect Caltrops, Poison Trap, and Death Trap all at the same time, and it's also going to affect our Rapid Fire ability. We could potentially utilize the Rapid Fire Ring, which is the Scoundrel's Kiss ring, so chance for rapid fire projectiles to cast twice. I think that's a pretty good idea. This gives us the ability to obviously fire off more rapid fire projectiles, which potentially means more chances to proc our traps. There is a cooldown on like an internal cooldown on Scoundrel Leathers, unfortunately. They did reduce the internal cooldown, though, on Scoundrel Leathers. In the patch. So right here. They added the new inherent affix, which makes it so that all your grenade and trap skills are now core skills. And they also added this one, which is the internal cooldown on triggering trap reduced from 1 second to 0.75. So you're going to be able to spam traps even more now. So this is going to be an interesting build. I think it's going to be a really powerful build. Ring of the Starless, I think, works out really well here because it allows us to hold down the rapid fire button, and then we have Scoundrel's Kiss, which gives us the ability to spam our rapid fire projectiles, and also gives us the lobbing effect, which is really nice. So we're going to be lobbing the rapid fire. From here, wasn't there an inner sight unique? I can't remember. I thought there was a unique that was specifically designed around inner sight, but I could be wrong. They've been changing them up so much that probably not. Aspect of True Sight. You deal 100% times critical strike damage to enemies marked by inner sight. While inner sight is full, you gain a 55% increased damage. So that's like super powerful for us. That actually probably goes on the bow because that's 55%. That's 110%, right? For our particular build. That sounds insane. We also want attack speed because we want to attack as fast as we possibly can. What do we got for traps? I mean, in one way, the traps are interesting, but in another way... Like, because the trap skills become core skills, might be better if we just run core skill damage. We could also throw in more grenades into this mix, which could also be interesting. What did we choose for the for our ultimates, or our key passive? We chose Victimize. I think Victimize is a better choice. But that doesn't mean we can't add in some stun grenades into the mix, which could be interesting. There's a lot of ways we could potentially get stun grenades. Like, first off, right off the bat, we could potentially run the stun grenades coming from the Tun Rune. So because the stun grenades are grenade skills, they become core skills, right? And so this allows us to spam large amounts of them. Now, how do we get the best effect out of this? I think we probably use the one that's just spamming a skill multiple times. Or we could potentially use the one that gathers up large amounts of resource. It's only 25 for one grenade, so whatever we do is going to activate a large number of grenades, most likely. Like, Neo would be, what, like 8 grenades coming out every 2 seconds? So Tam is cast a non-channeled core skill, which means that we would get 1 grenade every single time we fire rapid fire, so we would just be constantly popping off grenades, like pop, 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 pop. That actually doesn't seem terrible. I like mini grenade. Mini Many grenade. We want many. How many? Many. Many, many. Many, many, many grenade. Many, many, many. Many, many, many. Many. We don't care about ultimate cooldowns. We're going to be spamming our ultimate anyway. Doesn't matter. Plus one skills actually might be really good for this build. And we could potentially use that new rune. What is it? Igni. Stores offering every 0.3 seconds. Cast a non-basic skill. That sounds good. And we could potentially spam that. That's easy. And then we could get... And we can get at least +1 skill all the time. Bow, 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 bow. Explosive verve. I wonder if there's like something there to this. So, grenade skills don't actually count as trap skills. However, with aspect of explosive verve, you can make grenade skills count as trap skills. With the scoundrel's leathers, you can make trap skills count as core skills, right? So that means that technically, if you use the aspect of explosive verve, that your grenade skills will now be grenade skills, trap skills, and core skills, and will scale on all 3 modifiers. Which sounds kind of insane. So maybe we put aspect of explosive verve on our boots. Because that will, of course, give us a nice movement speed bonus whenever we drop grenades, which we're going to be dropping grenades all the time. And we're also going to get the grenades counting as trap skills, which will allow us to scale the grenades with trap damage, as well as to scale the grenades with core skill damage, which should be very effective. Let's see here. Thinking about Eyes in the Dark. I don't particularly think Eyes in the Dark is the most amazing thing in the world, but if we're going for an ultimate build that's trying to do ultimate damage, Death Trap is the focus of the build, and Death Trap dealing 150% increased damage is certainly not a bad thing, and it rearming itself once after activating means that we can potentially get 2 uses out of it every time it spawns, and since there is a cooldown period, obviously, on Scoundrel Leathers, which prevents the Death Trap that's spawning from it from activating more than once every 0.75 seconds. And we don't necessarily always get Death Trap from the Scoundrel Leathers. There's no guarantee that we'll get a Death Trap every single time. Sometimes we get Cow Traps, sometimes we get Poison Traps, sometimes we get Death Trap, right? So this will make it, at least, I think, so that the free Death Trap that's spawning from the Scoundrel Leathers ends up being more effective, right? Which is what we want. Hey, first time ever I actually considered putting Eyes in the Dark into a build. Somebody slap me. From there. I don't think any of the uniques are really what we're looking for. Maybe? Banish Lords? Actually, Banish Lords only works on core seals, but technically, we're spamming. I mean, all of our traps are now core skills, right? So technically, all of our traps could potentially crit, maybe. I mean, overpower, maybe. I don't know. Might be better off used for something else, like the new ultimate aspects, which we're going to want to utilize. So the Poetic Fervor, and we're probably also going to want to use the other ultimate one, which is Vehement Brawlers. I just pulled up my security camera because I heard some strange noises outside, and the app that I have my security camera through immediately showed me an ad. It's always nice. Hope there's nobody breaking into your house, because we're going to show you an ad when you pull up your security camera. Hope there's no one breaking in. Critical strikes with core skills increasing your attack speed is pretty amazing. But if I was going to go that direction, I mean, Ashira's Conjure I think is technically better. Exactly, Gregory. Exactly. What else do we have for core skills? Is that pretty much it? Maybe Ashira's Kanjar is the best. I mean, Kanjar is going to give me like super fast attack speed, which I think is pretty much what I want anyway. Alright, we still don't have gloves. I wonder if the Grasp of Shadow could mimic my traps. I don't know. I don't know. Don't know about that. Probably not. Trickster's Aspect, I think, is really good. Caltrop, Smoke Grenade, and Death Trap. Receive your stun grenades benefits and throw stun grenades that deal X physical damage. And then we also grabbed this one, which is obviously turning our grenades into trap skills, so it kind of like does like a little vice versa there. So any grenade benefits are going to affect Death Trap, and any Death Trap benefits or trap benefits are going to affect the grenades. I think that actually works together nicely. Pretty much just go for, I don't know, something like vulnerable damage maybe, or crit, one or the other, I'm not sure. And then from here, we're pretty much just doing dex gems. I would assume that for a build like this, with the way that we currently have it set up, Harlequin Crest is probably going to be our best bet. I didn't even think about the witch's powers. You only have two hands? Oh no, right? I can't pronounce that name. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and like say that for this particular build, actually for pretty much every build, I think pretty much every build is gonna use like this one gem. It's like one of the best gems. Friend of the Bog, it's like super freaking amazing. I don't know why anybody wouldn't use that. And then there's also the growth power, which is Soul Harvest, which gives you primary stat as well, which is also just really ridiculous. Both of those are amazing. For each one of your auras and hexes an enemy is afflicted by, they take 2.5% increased damage from you. Is there anything in here about traps? While you have 3 or more Psyche Witch power slotted, your defensive Macabre trap skills gain 20% cooldown reduction. I don't care about that. That's some BS right there. That's what they need. That's some boo. That's some boo crap. That's some bull crap, daddy. That is some bull crap. Bull crappy crappy crap crappy crappy crap crappy crappy crap crap crap. While you have an aura active, your ultimate skills gain each crit bar attack and deal 10% more damage. Yes, please. So we definitely need to make sure we have an aura active. Beep 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 beep. All right, so we want an aura. We need 3 growth and decay power, so let's just go ahead and do aura of siphoning. We also got harvest, soul harvest, so that's another growth and decay power. We can do the frog. I like the frog. What's wrong with the frog? You don't like the frog? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. We need a hex. We got a hex on. I like the hex of flames. That one's really nice. I like the hex. That's a good hex. That's a nice hex. I like that hex. We do some barriers. Barriers. Okay. So we're pretty much done with this one. Let's go ahead and save this before I forget to. Alright, we didn't choose our ultimate power. Let's do the Doom Orb. Okay. Now into the Paragoon. The Paragoon tree. We're gonna do into the Paragoons. Yes, Daddy. We need to go to the Paragoon tree. I've been watching too many of that guy's videos. He does these stupid videos where he pretends to be his kid. And he talks to himself. He's like, he'll come up to his kid and he gives him some apples. He's like, here you go, huh? Here you go, son. Some apples for you. And he's like, Daddy, these apples are bullshit. I don't like these apples, Daddy. You haven't even tried one. I say they're BS, Daddy. And I don't want them, and I will throw them on the floor. And you will have to clean them up. Just eat the apples. I will eat the apples if you give me 10 chicken nuggets, Daddy. I think no witness is really strong here. Trying to think. Let's go no witness first. I think that's an easy no-brainer move. It definitely gives us a huge amount of additional damage on our trap skill, and we get ultimate damage, which is what we want. We're going to be spamming that ultimate anyway, so... and then we got what? The witness up there. So impairment reduction, maximum life and reses. I think we take the maximum life and reses. Yes, sir. Maximum life and life per second, huh? What's this one over here? Attack speed and ultimate damage? Yes, please. Alright, we're not using combo points, so Cunning Stratagem is outright. You deal 5 times increased damage for each nearby enemy that is crowd controlled up to 25%. Nearby staggered bosses provide maximum bonus. Said 2 bacon grilled cheese tomato soup basil. That is really good. That is definitely really good. I could have sworn there was one specifically on traps, but I guess critical strike damage to enemies affected by your traps is close enough. I mean, there's tons of trap related doojinks all over this board, so. Trap cooldown reduction and arming traps faster. I think the arming traps faster is good, and then there's also trap damage over there, which trap damage is nice. I don't really care about the trap cooldown reduction. I mean, if I'm over here, I guess I could take it, but I don't really particularly care. Alright, so next we probably want... Casting a mobility or subterfuge skill increases the damage of your next skill by 75 times. What? That seems insane. I don't know what Caltrops doesn't count as a mobility skill anymore. And I don't... Subterfuge isn't, what's his thing? What's his... The Dark Shroud. Dark Shroud's a subterfuge, right? Yeah. Dark Shroud is a subterfuge skill. So that works just fine. Nothing wrong with that. Mobility, cooldown reduction, subterfuge reduction. I like that. Resistances, though. What's not to like about that? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, another board up here. Tricks of the trade, marksman skills grant your cutthroat skills, poopies. Inner sights gauge becomes full. You gain 100% dodge chance. For 2 seconds, your core skills increase damage equal to 25 times your core skill damage bonus, while inner sights gauge remains full. Yeah, so that's, we're doing inner sight, so that's a no-brainer too. anything to do with inner sight is going to be good for us. Because we is spamming inner sight. We're going to be spamming it like spam, daddy. Wish I could show one of his videos. His videos are hilarious. Alright, Eldritch Bounty, we need to with the Butte skill. We're not using Butte skills. Exploit weakness, lucky hit when hitting a vulnerable enemy has up to a 60% chance to increase your damage. Yeah, so exploit weakness. That one's, that's no brainer too. Alright, so that covers all 5 boards. Yes. Alright. Now we need to work on the nodes. So I think we really want the grenade node, since we're going in that particular direction, where all grenade damage is apparently applying to our death trap, and also our grenades are stacking pretty high too. So I think we really actually want to build that. You also gain 15 times damage reduction for 2 seconds after dropping your grenade, so it works pretty well as a functional dojank. I can go pretty much anywhere. It doesn't have to go anywhere special. We can just drop it right here in the main in the main doujink. We can grab dexterity everywhere. Look at that. Dexterity all over the moon. Okay, so we got like a bunch of dexterity there. I'm pretty sure I grabbed most, if not all of it. Probably some more left, whatever. Damage to elites. I like damage to elites. Alright, next on the list, what do we got for trap stuff in here? We've got ambush, enemies take damage affected by trap skills, increased damage from you. Then we got snare. Non-ultimate trap skills have 25% times increased radius. Trap skills deal increased damage. That's an interesting one. Increased trap damage by 18%. That one's just intelligence. So what's the 64, 74. Okay, I got a couple 74s, so let's throw it up here. Oh no, we're out of points. Oh no. We only took like every node. So yeah, we'll have to like, we'll have to scale back a little bit. Alright, so Bane, let's just get the nodes in place that we want and then we'll work on it from there. Non-basic and non-core skills deal 25 times increased damage. So that applies to traps, right? So yeah, that sounds good. And it just needs to be activated, which it already is. So, done. Next. We got one in here for ultimates. Yeah, that's non-ultimates. I already grabbed the grenade one. Why does it close it when I backspace what's written there? It's so stupid. I mean, this one also, ambush would be pretty effective. It's strength. Alright, we can sack some of these, like, we don't need subterfuge cooldown reduction. Who cares? Okay, that one's set. This one's set. Combat. We are scaling based on vulnerable, so we probably want to exploit. We're using victimize, which victimize is a pretty strong passive. So we're definitely going to want to activate this at the very least, if not a little bit more. Alright, so we can pull you. Don't necessarily need the 15 armor. We can probably pull this whole section right here. I think that's fine. Just get our strength. Man, none of the strength is like anywhere. Alright. Then we got Canny, which we don't need. Snare is there, so that's good. Versatility. Alright, so the only thing we're really missing is Snare. Or here. So whatever we need here. Let's take a look and see what we got. We are scaling based on vulnerable for victimize. We're scaling based on core damage. We're scaling based on grenade damage, trap damage, trying to think what else we're scaling based on. I totally forgot. Could just do Headhunter. It's a pretty solid play. Let's just go Headhunter. That sounds like a good play. Alright, and that pretty much covers it. So, get to save you. We didn't do the mercenary, so mercenary probably Subo, and then trying to think for this one. I guess we still probably do attack speed. Subo, it really doesn't matter. The reinforcement is the only thing that really matters for the most part, because you're going to be playing in groups. Unless you play solo, and then I don't know what to tell you. This should be a fun one. I don't know how to explain this one to you guys, other than just simply to say that imagine a trap character that can literally just spam traps. Like, to the point of absurdity. Like, so ridiculous that just completely impossible to even, like, see the screen. It's going to be kind of crazy. You're going to have cow traps, you're going to have poison traps, you're going to have the death traps. They're going to be all over the place constantly. You can cast all of them yourself also, so you can cast the cow traps, the poison trap, and the death trap, you know, whenever you feel like it. But they're also going to be happening all the time while you're, you know, in inner sight. And your inner sight has an increased duration due to scoundrel leathers. Your inner sight also gives you basically unlimited energy when it's active, so that's going to be beautiful. You can spam death trap on your own, of course. Put down 3 of them or whatever before a boss fight. Caltrops got changed out of a mobility skill, so it's just a regular ability. You're also going to have grenades going off all the time because we're using Explosive Verve and Trickster's Aspect. So we're going to have, every time we use Caltrops and every time we use Death Trap, we're also going to get stun grenades. And Death Trap is also going to benefit from our stun grenade bonuses, or grenade bonuses, which is really nice. We also have the Explosive Verve, which is going to turn all our grenades into trap skills, which means that they're going to get all the trap damage bonuses.
And on top of that, we're also going to get your trap and grenade skills are now also considered core skills. So all of our trap and grenade skills are also core skills now, which means we're also going to get core skill bonuses to them as well, which is going to be really nice. So anything that we have that affects core skills, like for instance the Ring of the Star of the Skies, which gives us plus to all of our core skills. So we've got Harlequin Crest, which is going to give us a bonus to all of our ranks. We've got Ring of Star of the Skies, which is going to give a bonus to all of our ranks. There's actually some other core skill bonuses we could potentially throw in here. I was actually potentially thinking, although I think they took that off of there, didn't they? I think they took the core skills off of Grasp of Shadow. Yeah, they turned it to ranks of marksman and cutthroat skills instead of just core skills. Which does eliminate what I was thinking of just now. Would have been nice. Would have been nice, but it's not possible anymore. Because then you could have gotten even more core skills added into your, obviously, your caltrops, your poison trap, and your dark shroud. I mean, your death trap. I mean, theoretically, what we're looking at here is we've got what? We got rank 5 death trap, right? Well, Ring of the Star of the Skies can easily have like +4. So that's 5, that's 9, right? Then we also have the what is it? The 4 from the Harlequin Crest, which is going to bring us up to 9 at 10, 11, 12, 13. So we got rank 13 death trap at that point. And then I'm pretty sure that if we tried, we could probably get core skills on our gloves. Greater affixed, I think up to +3, I want to say. So that's 13, 14, 15, 16. So that's 16 to death trap at that point. And of course, we're also getting to our rapid fire as well. Death trap becomes spammable, like we don't have to actually put it down. It's just going to be on the battlefield at all times. We're using Eyes in the Dark to make it activate twice, which should be pretty fun too. I'm going to link this one in here as well. So Rogue Trap Spammer / Rapid Fire. These are all in the description of the video if you guys want to pull them up. I actually have to go to work tonight, so I think this is going to be the end of my stream today. I got 4 builds done, 4 pretty fun builds to be perfectly honest. I was kind of cherry picking a little bit because I wanted to make like the more fun builds that I think would be kind of really kicking some booty cheeks this season. So if you guys are interested in any of my builds, you can always play around with them, change them up to your desire. I think you can hit the copy button here, and then you can just play around with them. So it's up to you guys. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me, even though I didn't get a million builds done. Unfortunately, I do have to go to work. As always, be sure to hit that like button, be sure to hit that subscribe button if you enjoy the content, and keep watching.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell